They brought us to this country as a labor force. We built a foundation and they hate us for it. They hate us for it. We built a foundation and they ain't pay us for it. They ain't pay us for it, but they gon' pay for it. Already prayed for it. Non-believers didn't pray for us. Non-believers didn't pray for us. We're black and we built a foundation. Stone by stone, generation to generation. Vultures said we had no culture. Them vultures got a Jay-Z poster. Them vultures got a lacy culture. Vultures eat what they didn't kill. Vultures sleep what they didn't build. They brought us to this country as a labor force. We built a foundation and they hate us for it. We built a foundation and they ain't pay us for it. They ain't paid for it, but they gon' pay for it. Already paid for it. Nobody prayed for it. Nobody doesn't pray for us. Nobody doesn't pray for us. We're black and we built a foundation. Stone by stone, generation to generation. Vultures said we had no culture. And vultures got a Jay-Z poster. Them vultures got a lacy poster.
I'm not black, nigga. I'm Jamaican. Remember back in the 90s? We would hear that all the time. They act like they weren't saying that. I used to hear that when I was single back in the club days. I would always hear these Caribbean and African women, black as hell. Oh, I'm not black, I'm Ethiopian. Oh, I'm not black, I'm Caribbean. Oh, I'm not black, I'm Trinidadian. They would always say that. They wore that shit as a badge of honor.
Let me say that again. I am not black, okay? Hear me out. Growing up, my mom absolutely hated when we refer to ourselves as black. Growing up, my mom absolutely hated when we refer to ourselves as black. Like, you're not black, you're Nigerian, you're African. I feel like the term someone is black obviously comes from the slave era, but it also just describes displaced people that don't know their heritage. So I feel like people that do know their heritage, to referring to yourself as black, you know, if you know where you're from, you're raised in a certain household, Somalians are Somalians, Ethiopians are Ethiopians, Nigerians are Nigerians. Like
a guy from Africa, he can say he's African, but there's no country called African. He's either Nigerian, Ghanaian, Malian, or that's his ethnic nation.
There's no country called African. He's either Nigerian, Ghanaian, Malian, or that's his ethnic nation.
Always open to the conversation, because one thing, being black Brits, and we're both of Ghanaian, West African heritage, but we're British-born Africans. Always open to the conversation, because one thing, being black Brits, and we're both of Ghanaian, West African heritage, but we're British-born Africans. We're British-born Africans.
Understand when you say black British or black American, because you don't know where you're from. You're just a person of color in the city that you're in. I feel like when I hear someone refer to me as black, it just sounds so harsh, especially coming from a certain demographic. I think if you have the privilege of knowing where you're from, you shouldn't refer to yourself as a color, because if you know where you're from, why refer to yourself as a color? I feel like when we say black, it just sounds so harsh, and like, this is black. I'm brown, I'm Nigerian at the end of the day. Like, that's who I am, that's where I come from. So,
a man who freed the slaves. Obama isn't the descendant of slaves. His father emigrated from Kenya in 1959, and his mom is the Swiss Miss Girl. Some are even claiming that the senator has not lived the, quote, black experience, and Is Barack Obama black?
No, he's not.
Is Barack Obama black?
No, he's not. In the American political context, black means the son of West African, the descendant of West African slaves brought here to labor in the United States. It's not a put down. It's not to say that he hasn't suffered. It's not to say that he doesn't have a glorious lineage of his own. It's just to say that he and I, who am descended from West African slaves brought to America, we are not the same.
On the dead homies.
So the thing is, black, understand this, black is not just a color. That signifies a lineage and a struggle. You understand? Black is not just a color. It's not just a melanin. It's based on a lineage. You understand? It is based on resistance. We actually chose black because they were saying Negro and the N-word and colored and all of that. No. We're foundational black Americans, not just foundational Americans. Because, yeah, people will try to co-opt that. They can try to remix that. Now, when you say foundational black American, now you're being very, very specific. You understand? Yeah, blackness, the black identity is legally and historically recognized throughout history. Blackness, that's been used to determine access, exclusion, exploitation from slavery, the 3/5 clause, Jim Crow, redlining, mass incarceration. They were doing that to black people. They use the word black, and we're gonna let them know, okay, yes, we're still black and you still owe us. Now, I ain't about to make this shit vague. No. We're owed as black folks, as foundational black Americans. We're going to use the legal and social language used against us to get compensation, which includes black. Yeah, we're removing black, that disconnects foundational black Americans from our unique cultural contributions. Hip hop, black. Foundational black Americans, jazz, foundational black Americans, soul food, foundational black Americans, hoodoo, foundational black Americans, civil rights movement, foundational black Americans. We're owning that. You understand? It's not just foundational, it's foundational black American. See, we just say foundational American, that ignores the cultural, spiritual, and artistic genius that rose up out of blackness. That's the thing that makes the shit so great. We did that when blackness was being oppressed, and we still rose up and created all of these great things as black people, as an oppressed group. That's what makes us goddamn superheroes to a damn certain degree. The blackness, that's the thing, that's the key ingredient in the sauce. That's the key ingredient.
There's basically a bunch of Jamaicans who apparently went abroad and then exclaimed to other Black American people that they're not Black, right? And that's been an issue for a while because it's affecting me, right? Because some Black Americans are looking my way and saying, oh, you guys said you're not Black, right? And I'm trying to explain to them that there's a specific classes structure within Jamaica where whenever a Jamaican goes abroad, they kind of look down on Jamaicans back on the island, right? And the idea that they're not Black is something that usually cultivates when they travel abroad because Blackness is something embraced inside of Jamaica, right? There's a colorism issue, but it is, because I'm very dark skinned, I'm a very dark skinned man, right? So I just wanted your 2 cents on that.
Yeah, because I've heard with my own ears some Jamaicans over here say, well, I'm not Black, I'm Jamaican. I've literally heard that. And I'm like, oh, okay. So they look at themselves as different. And they look at Blackness as something different. Blackness is really synonymous with Black Americans.
Blackness is really synonymous with Black Americans.
So that's an argument that a lot of people are making, that we should be the only people classified as Black or considered Black.
I'm Jamaican.
Peace to the family. Peace to the family. Grand Rising. Yeah, I had a busy day today. Still busy. But I will be going live. Where is this at? So I'll be simultaneously on TikTok, like last time. All right. So in a little bit, I'll be on YouTube plus TikTok. So I'm gonna put the microphone I'm gonna have 2 devices, my iPad, TikTok, computer, YouTube. And when they talk on TikTok, when they join, I'm gonna put the microphone to the speaker so y'all can hear again. All right. Cook on these YNs on TikTok. All right. We good? Okay. Give me a second, family, to get right back where we were. You ain't black.
Jamaican.
You ain't black.
Then what am I?
Jamaican.
I'm black.
You Jamaican.
No.
You Jamaican.
There's a difference, huh?
It's a difference.
Okay, describe the difference.
If I go to your...
What color is my skin? What color is my skin?
Yellow.
Okay, and it derived from?
Even white derived from black. Even white derived from black. All colors in the color spectrum come from the black. But y'all have been classified as Jamaicans.
When I fill out a paperwork here in the States, it doesn't say Jamaican anywhere.
How can you describe me as being black? You have a name. You're Jamaican.
You're American.
Well, I'm black American.
Okay, I'm black Jamaican.
It don't say that. You're making something up now. It don't say that. Our paperwork, we have to check something. When you go back home, you don't check nothing. You're automatic Jamaican.
Right.
I'm not automatic American. I'm automatic black. You see what I'm saying? So when we say black, we talking us. Y'all ain't us. Don't y'all got Jamaican food?
Yes.
Don't y'all have a Jamaican culture?
Yes.
We don't.
You have an American culture.
What's
in Texas? In Texas, you have food.
So we those eat. African bloodline other than what the white boy have.
The middle capital.
What's good?
What's good, family? What you got? How you want to add to the conversation?
I felt the FBAs are a lot of them are spreading confusion and hate.
FBAs are doing that?
Yes.
So you don't see none of this confusion, hate from people of Africa, people from the continent Africa or the Caribbean. You don't see that on their side?
No.
Okay, so the person that came on the daily show, right? The Haitian woman who came in there and said Black Americans stink or something. We're dirty.
I'm after this because this those comments are just ignorant. So
wait, Vice, hold on.
Grown and mature individuals, right?
Okay, dude, you're gonna talk over me, my guy. So what we're not gonna do is sit there and say, hey, that was an ignorant comment from somebody from Africa, the Caribbean, and don't apply that same energy on the FBA who also said an ignorant comment. So that same no, you don't. No, now you hear me because you're on mute. So ignorance happens in every ethnic group. So if people can be chalked up as, well, that's just an ignorant Jamaican or an ignorant Nigerian. Well, that was an ignorant FBA. So what I'm not going to let you do is try to poison the well from that one ignorant FBA person, but won't allow that poison the well happen with that one ignorant Jamaican or Nigerian or African person. Now, come off mute and respond to that, or you got to get off, because I'm not going to have this back and forth toxic conversation with people who are clearly not my equals on this right here at all. Matter of fact, the energy you even came with, I'm gonna get you out of here. Yeah, let me finish what I'm doing. Yeah, give me somebody more. So the Guyanese, well, the FBA Guyanese sister came through and showed, like, well, did you not hear us talk? Like, when he just said what he said, because she said the same thing. FBAs say a hate group. I explained that. I explained lone wolves. Before I get Emil Capital back on here, because it looked like he's trolling, let me get FBA Rock, and I got somebody, I think FBA Rock trying to join. FBA Rock, you wanted to come on?
Yeah, my bad, boss. I
Okay.
was at the screen.
All right, no problem. Appreciate you. All right, so let's get Emil Capital. Now, Emil Capital can't dialogue with me at all intellectually. That's why he's trolling. Okay, Emil, you want to give it a second try?
I'm not trolling. I just want to speak facts and understand like everybody understands.
All right, hold on.
That's it.
Hold on, wait. So we're going to dialogue. So let's confirm the facts. So what's your first fact?
All right. So
Wait. Before we establish that, would you call yourself FBA? Like, can you trace your lineage to U.S. chattel slavery?
no, because majority of my parents was in Haiti and around the early 70s. My grandpas came here. So
okay, so would you say you're Haitian?
Nationality, yes, but I'm black first.
Okay. All right.
I'm in America, like.
Wait, hold on.
What else not to like?
Okay, hold on.
I don't understand.
Okay, got you. We're gonna get some understanding. Remember, you say you want to speak facts, right?
Yeah, I want to speak facts.
Okay. So 1804 is when Haiti got their independence, right?
Yes.
Okay. Are you familiar with Haiti's history? Okay, so this should be, well, I am too. So this should be an easy conversation. All right, so hold on. We're establishing facts first. So in 1804, when you guys successfully ran off the French and the Spanish, you guys, Dessalines, through Dessalines, he said, this is Haiti and we are the Haitians, right?
Mm-hmm.
Did he say wait, hold on. Then you go. So he didn't say we're black. He said we're Haitians, right?
But the thing that people not understanding is that Haiti was going to be the first black republic.
No. First of all,
so that's not fact.
No, we're speaking facts, right? The Haitians speak English or a version of French?
A version of French because of where they're at.
Right. So the word black was not in their mouth at all, right? We're speaking facts, right? Black is an English word, right?
Yes.
Okay. So black, nothing. You guys gonna be the first of. You're gonna be the first of something French and Haitian related. Okay. So not about hyper. So we know you guys didn't speak English. So BLACK was not in your vocabulary at all as a people. So now that's a fact, right? So hold on. Go ahead.
One thing. Look it up. Okay, go ChatGPT.
ChatGPT. Right.
And the if Haiti wasn't the first black republic.
Okay.
I'm telling you, ain't saying
Got it.
Black was in their vocabulary when that's what it is.
Okay, hey brother, you're talking to me, guy. Like I'm an educator. I deal with academia. Now there's something called anachronistic. You know what that is? That is when you go back in time and rename something that wasn't used, a word that did not exist at that time. So and you can ask ChatGPT this. You can say, ChatGPT, are you anachronistically going back calling Haiti the first black something? It's going to say yes. Okay, because Haiti is responding to you in English. You're typing in English, right? So it's going to respond to you in English. It's not going to respond to you in French. So, but if you wrote in French or you spoke in French, it'll respond to you in French. So it won't say the word BLCK. So hold on.
It's not it. French is not it. It's Creole.
Right, but it's a version of French, though, right? Just like AAV is a version of English.
Like patois.
No, Jamaicans can't speak Creole. All right. So anyway, let's move past the hypotheticals. That's a rabbit hole. Let's deal with facts. Like you said, facts, not we were going to, none of that stuff. Facts. So is it a fact that Dessalines said this land is Haiti and not black, right? God damn. Where my cricket sound? So now he just said, hey bro, I'm asking you a question about Dessalines. When he established the name of the island and the name of the people, did he call you guys the land Haiti and the people Haitians, or did he call the land black and the people blacks?
IT and yes.
Huh?
Yes.
Which one? Yes to which one? Haiti and Haitians or black and blacks?
So IT. The island is IT.
Right, right. Okay, yeah, that's the indigenous term, my guy. I'm saying, well, no, we're doing English, right? And we're doing English. So Haiti is what it's called. It's called Haiti, right? Haiti, right? Okay, and the people are called of the land are called Haitians, right?
You can say that.
Right, so the ethnically and don't you guys have Haitian politics?
Yes.
Haitian money?
Of course.
Right, and you have Haitian citizenship, right? Right, so you're Haitian ethnically and you're Haitian as a nationality. You're not black at all. So now when does the black come in?
If you look in the Constitution, you would see it.
I will not see it. I know your Constitution, bro. I'm the right one. It starts with the N, right? Tell me what I'm gonna say so I can explain to you how to. Because I know you don't know your own. Yeah, I know you don't know.
Okay, I'm fabricating.
No. I know the word. I don't think you do. I think I know about more about Haitian history than you is what I'm saying. I don't think you know what you're talking about. I think you're just bluffing me. But I know more than you. Okay, so and now they didn't speak English. So what word did they use in the Constitution? Go. You didn't ask me anything.
Republic?
No.
Yes or
No. Now.
Okay, then this conversation is over with.
Okay. Yeah, you don't know your. That's crazy. Hey, look. Hey,
You will stay.
No, I said no. Now watch this. Now, when you say black,
Not history. The history.
hey, bro, I'm asking you. Like, okay, let's go. Let's entertain that. When you say Black Republic, was that black being used as an adjective to describe how people look?
That's for everyone
No,
in the world.
no. Do you know who Prince is? Do you know the artist Prince?
From Georgia?
The artist Prince, yeah. No, Prince, the artist Prince, the Prince, who became the formerly known artist, whatever the symbol. That guy. Purple Rain. You know Prince? Okay. God damn. Okay. Does black describe his color?
Yes.
Okay, bros. All right, dude. You just trolling. All right, family. Thank you, man. Thank you. So in America and in Western racial systems, listen to what I'm saying to you. In America and in hey, what's going on? Okay. What's up?
Good to hear.
Yes, sir.
What you been up to?
Well, the small talk is irrelevant. Where you from?
I am from Israel.
Okay. So this doesn't apply to you, does it?
I mean, it does because I am an American citizen, so I feel like it does.
Yeah, but you're okay. That's not how it works, buddy. Okay, I got him up out of here. All right. This ain't the Babel hour, okay? We're not just accepting anybody to speak to the prompt. You have to be of African descent to speak to this, not because you're Israeli and you're American. You got to be of African descent to speak to what we're talking about. And what we're talking about is, are Africans black ethnically? Are the people of Caribbean, West India, or West Indians, are they black ethnically? Are people from Brazil or Panama, Cuba, are they black ethnically, or are they black conveniently? Absolutely. Did you want to comment? No?
Me?
Yeah.
Oh, yes. Sorry, I thought you were talking to the other lady. Yeah. Well, personally, I'm Black, so I've heard a lot about like FBA, Foundational Black Americans, stuff like that. And it does seem like a controversial group. So I just wanted to hear you all's perspective, like what you stand for and like your, main ideologies.
All right. So let's go back. So what country are you originally from?
Well, my mother's from Guyana and my father is from the United States.
Okay. All right, so you're like black and Guyanese, right?
Yes.
Okay, so yeah, so you okay, so there's millions of people that come under the name Black American or Foundation Black American. So if you argue with, like, for example, if I had a disagreement, let's say if a Guyanese person owed me money, like I cut his lawn, he didn't pay me. I can't say Guyanese people are they don't pay their debt, right? So when people say FBA this, FBA that, and they're including all of us from their personal limited experiences, like that ain't right. That's something that a white man would do. Like they'll judge the whole based on a few, right? So FBA, as I'm explaining, is a term that's needed. It's a delineated term, foundational Black American, right? Because people from your homeland, Guyana, like they'll come over here, and again, it's no fault to themselves. There's a racial class, a racial category in America that's awaiting them. Now they come on, they're allowed to come over here and check that box, right? And now they're Black on paper, they're Black American on paper, they're African American on paper, but they're still Guyanese, in real life at their homeland. When they identify themselves, they're going to still have their flag. They're not going to burn their flag and become, Black American. They're still Guyanese person, but on paper, to receive or for government census purposes, and even to receive maybe some housing, government assistance, they are one of us, Black American. Now, the problem with us, with Black Americans, now again, this ain't got nothing to do with Guyanese people. This is our government, because our government used that loophole. So the government says, okay, because that Guyanese person is able to be Black on paper, like you Black Americans are Black on paper, you Black Americans can never get justice or can never have redress for the historical harms that this government caused Black Americans. Because according to the 14th Amendment, the Equal Protection Clause, that this country is not allowed to rectify historical harms based on race, right? So because that's against the 14th Amendment. So we're not allowed to ever receive reparations or any other thing. Like if they want to like make us like tax free, or hey, discount on colleges, or free college for whatever years, that can never happen under race. So it's common sense that if we are fighting for reparations or redress for historical harms, we cannot identify as Black American, because everybody of African descent that comes to this country is Black American. That's a racial category that cannot exclude. They got to include everybody. So reparations for us is for everybody African descent, and reparations are not paid out through race. So that's a common solution to you got to identify yourself outside of that box, that racial box. So hence FBA, Foundation Black American.
That makes a lot of sense, and I find that a lot of white people, especially,
white people.
A lot of people tend to group all, I guess, Black people together, and they don't understand the distinction between like Black folks from the Caribbean or folks from Africa, or things like that. So I do see the point in having like a separate term for foundation, like the FBAs or whatever. And just to clarify, FBAs, so your lineage is from like Africans who were taken from West Africa like via chattel slavery, right?
So when you say Africans were taken, who took them?
White people.
No.
Yeah.
No, white tea. You gotta say white tea on TikTok. No, white tea people bought them. They were taken and enslaved by Africans and sold to white tea people.
Okay, I see what you're saying.
Yeah.
Okay.
Right.
So you believe that FBAs were still their own group of people during that time when Africans were enslaving them?
Well, the Africans say that. The Africans will tell you they did not enslave their own. They would say they went to other places across Africa to enslave other people. They would tell you we did not enslave our own. Yeah, so we were different from them way back then.
So what exactly are we then?
Okay, so Jamaicans, right? Well, you just said Guyanese people, right? So aren't your family Guyanese?
My mom, yeah.
Why isn't she African?
Well, she's a mixture of a lot of different, because Guyana doesn't have one
No,
specific.
I know, because you got East Indians there. I understand that, and the indigenous people there as well. But what I'm saying is, why didn't you identify her as African? Why did you feel the need to identify her as Guyanese?
Well, because I mean,
Because she ain't African, right? Because she ain't African. Right. We're not African either. We're Black Americans. And Haitians aren't African.
well, how were we in Africa?
Say that again?
If we're not African, then why were we in Africa when the other Africans enslaved us?
Okay.
If we're not African, we were on that continent.
No, you were never in Africa, and nobody in genealogy.
That's my ancestors.
Right.
Your ancestors.
Well, I don't have any ancestors that was in Africa. All my ancestors was American. I know most of it.
To America, are they indigenous?
Okay, so some people were enslaved by Africans and sold to whitey people, and they came over here in the 1600s, and a lot of them mixed in with the indigenous population and the whitey man themselves. So it became a homogenous group, homogenous person. So they're mixed with they're combined. The combined ingredients is African, European, indigenous, and that made a new person. Just like the Guyanese person was indigenous from over there. Right.
You still like acknowledge that you have ancestors from the continent of Africa, right?
Well,
because in order to make that homogenous group, you just said it, European, indigenous, and African.
Right. So I'm speaking for myself, right? So I say I got African ancestry, European ancestry, and indigenous. Yeah, but that's my mix. But you can be an ethnic group without being exact like the other person. So for example, like let's say if one person came from Africa, right, to America, and they didn't mix with nobody, like they're 100% African, but they still went through U.S. chattel slavery and Jim Crow. Yeah, they would ethnically be me, like we'll be the same, even though our genetic makeup is different. And if a person
they went through chattel slavery, if their lineage was a part of chattel slavery, then they're not 100% African. They are guaranteed to have European or indigenous in them.
No, I was giving you a hypothetical. I was saying if that person, like let's say we can prove that person, like what tribe they from and everything, their genealogy records, and they end up here with us in 2026 going through, yeah, they would be considered Black American, not African.
I'm kind of confused by your hypothetical, but I think I understand what you're saying.
All right. So, okay, cool. So forget about the hypothetical. Let's go reality. So that wasn't the case. So mostly everybody that came from Africa to America has mixed with indigenous people and white people, right? So that means they're not African, they're not white and they're not indigenous. They're a combination of all three, right?
Yeah, agreed.
So what's your question to that?
I guess my question is, I agree with what you're saying, like FBAs, if that's what you want to call it, are a mixture of what you just said, right? But I don't understand why some of them want to deny their African ancestry.
Okay.
I think it's like...
So that's the other thing. So some people say that, you know, when they do their genealogical records, nobody of African ancestry pops up. So, and they say all they have is their indigenous, you know, records of their family. So like they could only go back as far as indigenous Americans. Like they don't have nothing back to Africa. So how can somebody conclude they're African when their genealogical records don't include Africans? That's like just common sense. Like,
if you do a DNA test, it'll definitely show your genealogical records, but...
So let me help you out. A DNA test has a disclaimer. A DNA test tell you that it's for entertainment purposes only. Now, a DNA test is not to tell you where you were from 500 years ago. A DNA test has limitations and they cannot tell you where you were 500 years ago. So what they do is DNA tests are originally created for medicinal issues and also to solve crime. You know, so like, or to tell you who the daddy of a baby is, the biological parent, but a paternity test type thing. But DNA tests were never designed to tell a people who they were 500 years ago. So no.
You heard 23andMe?
Yes, I heard of all of them and I researched all of them. And I'm telling you the limitation. Now, what you got to do for me, which I already did it, you got to Google the limitation of DNA test. Now, there are programs in America that are strictly for Nigerians or people of African descent only, right? You cannot take your DNA test results and say, hey, look, it says I'm you and I'm in now. Nope. That's why I say for entertainment purposes only. Even if it gave you a significant amount of indigenous blood in you, you could not take that test and be part of a tribe all of a sudden, an indigenous tribe. That test is not used for that. So people got the wrong, people misapply DNA tests to try to tell you where you're from. It's not designed for that. Google that right now. I mean, that's a Googleable search today at 1:30.
23andMe is designed for, what do you think it's going to say?
It's going to say, well, you got to say what DNA test, because isn't it a different DNA test, right? It's a DNA test, right?
Well, yeah, 23andMe is a DNA test.
Right. And there's others, right? So don't just specify just one. Just say DNA test. Okay, then do it. Look, do what you want to do. But I'm saying, if I say DNA test, right, that incorporates.
23andMe is a DNA test.
Right, but if I say DNA test, that 23andMe will be there. It'll be considered. So if I go to Google or AI and I say DNA test, it's going to consider all of the DNA tests that's available. And they're going to say they're not designed to tell you who you were 500 years ago. They're designed to tell you to handle medical.
No.
Right.
I never said, it's definitely not designed to tell who you were 500 years ago. But what it can do is it can like estimate DNA you share with other groups of people.
Nope.
That's the whole point of it.
Nope, because
what do you mean? Nope. I'm looking at it right now.
Yeah, but you should be reading that the estimates changes. It can go from 10% to 0. So it could and it updates every so often. So the updates change. It says one thing today. It could say, hey, you're 3% German today, and then 10 years from now, it could say you're 0% or 15%. So that's why it's not reliable. That's why it says entertainment purposes only. I do this. This research I know already. I know its limitations. It cannot do that. It can't guarantee that you're 15%, 2%.
Search on it.
It's okay. Now, you said your mom was, or you said there's black people in Guyana, right?
No, I said, well, yes, there are, but
Okay,
there's a multitude of ethnicities and races.
In what sense are they black? Like, are they black nationally, ethnically, racially? How are they black?
Well, Guyana was a slave port,
Gotcha.
and some Africans were taken to Guyana. So, like, ethnically, yes, I guess by today's racial standards, they would be considered "quote unquote" black.
Wait, but hold on. But you know, African and black are not interchangeable words, right?
Africans fall under black.
Racially, right?
It just said
Okay.
racial standards.
Now, hold on. Who made up racial standards? Is that something Africans did? Guyanese people did? Right. Okay. So hold on, but it's more than that. It's called an exonym, right? So an exonym is when outsiders name you what you don't name yourself. So just because, for example, the white man called people Negroes, it called people savages, it called people Indians. So they have a long historical record of calling people things they're not, and people, it's up to them to say, hey, I'm not that. Hey, call me by my name. So no, I'm not this black racial group you made up in the 2000s. I'm still Guyanese, and I have a Guyanese culture. I don't have a black ethnical culture at all. I don't have a black flag, black nothing. So now you're lumping me up as black only in America. That's not, they're not black in Guyana. They're not black. And if a Guyanese person go to Africa or go to, matter of fact, the UN prefers POAD. Look that up. Persons of African descent. They don't use black people. They don't say everybody's of African descent black. They say diaspora. It's called the African diaspora. It's not called the black diaspora. And that's a nickname they give it. But the original name is the African diaspora. Because black is like Igbo. It's like Jamaica. It's a word that's made up to identify people. So what does Igbo mean? Does Igbo tie into Africa? No, it's just a made up word. People just say, hey, we're this. So when my ancestors said we're black in America in the 1960s, it was a name. It's a name out of many we could have chose. So it's not synonymous with Africa. Don't have African roots. It's an English color word that we made a noun. Black is an adjective. It describes nouns. It describes people. So when white man called people Negro, they were describing people, and those descriptions were not positive. They were saying they were animals, inferior. So Negro is associated with that. So when people call themselves black racially, they're taking on a definition of the whitey man. And the whitey man says people of color are inferior and, worthy of being treated badly. Like there's no rights a white man is bound to respect. So there's a whole class that comes after the racial class, black. Now, in America, now look at the harm that is done to us in America. This is why it's a whole finesse. Like I just told you, by coming up with black in America, knowing it's our ethnicity, now black serves as a dual usage, which is what ethnicity does that in the world. So now black in America pertains to a specific exclusive people, at the same time pertains to an unspecific inclusive people. So when people come to America, everybody's confused. If you say, hey, let the black people stand up, you'll see people of Somali, right? You'll see people of Ethiopia descent. You'll see people of all different historical different backgrounds standing up as black people and black Americans. But if they say, okay, now everybody sit back down. Now only the Somalis stand up, then you'll get the Somalis. So it's a way to assimilate and dilute as far as black Americans are concerned. So now again, back to our country and our historical harms. We can't demand justice under this black group because it was exclusive in the 60s. Whoever was called black in this country, 99.9% of them were black Americans. There was a tiny below 1% representation of anybody from the Caribbean and Africa together in the 60s. So those who could be called black, it was pretty much all black Americans. So it's a finesse. So now when the civil rights was passed and now things had to, we had to correct the harms, they passed some stuff in 1965, all type of different laws where race-based exclusions are illegal. Now, don't forget, we were the only racially people that could be black. It was unfathomable for somebody else to be black in America in significant numbers. So now in the 2010s, in the 2000s, where it became a large million, significant number of people from the Caribbean and Africa, now this racial group is now large now. So now we're like, hey, that's why DI programs being thrown out, because they're all racially based. And it's enough people in different origins coming to this racial based group, and now it's being thrown out. Hey, remember, you can't do something for race. Now, if it's done for black Americans exclusively, that's not race. That's an injure harm people. But under that name, black has now they have now made black a racial term officially. So now black is like doomed. It's like cursed now. So we got to add other things, Adolfs, freedmen, black Americans. So just to go back, the only ethnic black people, and when I say ethnic, that means you called your society black. You called your economics, you called your wins, losses, your money, everything black. You're first to do something black. We have a black flag, 1967, Melvin Charles. It's called the Black American Heritage Flag. So everything, we have black songs, everything about black movements, everything about us black, the black dollar, black marriage, everything about black Americans, our entire society is ethnically black. But Guyanese people, their society is ethnically Guyanese. It's the Guyanese economics, the Guyanese dollar, the Guyanese on Guyanese crime. Everything's Guyanese related. Nothing's blacks over there. So that's called being anachronistic. That means you're going back in time, not you, but the average person goes back in time and call themselves a term that wasn't them when it was applied. So when black was being applied as a positive endonym, that was exclusively for black Americans only. Everybody was Guyanese, Jamaican, Nigerian, everything they wanted to be until recently, the 2000s. Since our reparations fight is when people started to take on black that we know of in America.
Right. Yeah, that makes sense.
So that don't mean the Guyanese people are not our brothers and sisters. My best friend, I say all the time, one of my best friends are Guyanese, actually. You're the second person I spoke to that has Guyanese background. And so far, y'all representing, because there's a sister before you I spoke on TikTok, and she was cool like you. And again, my boy is from Guyana, and his whole family, I'm cool with his entire family. Like, he will give me the shirt off his back, like he's a real thoroughbred. So we're not saying because we are ethnically black and you're ethnically Guyanese, well, not you, because you're actually black too, you're mixed. So you are what we would call foundation Black American, as well as Guyanese. So you can express both sides you want, however you want to do it. But somebody who was fully Guyanese, they can be an ally, they can rock with us and whatever, but they're just not Black ethnically like us. And so we just straighten out the confusion. Like we cause the confusion to go away, and everybody's who they are. This person, the Guyanese brother, I'm the Black brother, and this person's the Nigerian brother. You feel me? And this is the white brother, the Hispanic brother, Latino, Puerto Rican, whatever, so on and so forth. But the confusion, the dilution of confusion, we're not letting white T America do that any longer. Like, no, we're stopping that. Like, oh, stop this play you're doing. And this goes back all the way to Walter Plecker with the 1924 Racial Integrity Act. It's actually called the Racial Integrity Act. They use race to reclassify indigenous people to steal their land. So they always use this racial category to exclude, deny, and take from people. And they're doing that today with us. They're using the racial thing to deny us reparations and other things that's old to us. And you have Ed Blum, anything that's race-based, Ed Blum is cooking it in court.
Yeah. Yeah, it's interesting. I mean, I agree with, everything you're saying. How do you feel about like people calling FBAs like a hate group?
I don't mind, because that's their right. Where I'm sure there's some, I heard it myself. I heard some FBA say the most toxic stuff ever, but that's a hateful person. Just like when a white T man does something like Dylan Roof, when he did his thing in the church, like he was racial, right? But they didn't say the entire white race was racial, right? They didn't say all white Americans are racist because Dylan Roof was. So they called Dylan Roof a lone wolf. So the people that's being hateful towards other folks because they are not foundational, they are hateful people, but they don't represent a group, and they can't poison the well. That's called poison the well. That one person or the 30 people don't poison the well of 50 million. That's not how that works. That person or people, they are hateful or whatever. So I'm actually going to do a live on YouTube. It's going to be called "What's a Tether?" Right? Because people have ran with tether, made it something it ain't. So it's going to be action or accent. So I'm making a distinction. Just because somebody has an accent doesn't make them a tether. What makes somebody a tether is their negative, impactful actions. Just like what makes somebody a coon or a sample amongst the Black American, ethnic group, your actions would do that. I think she got it. Yeah, just hold on 1 second, family. 1 second. And to make a white person, a white T person, a racist, that'll make their actions would decide that. So what you're witnessing is toxic FBA groups that's doing this on purpose for clicks and views and some coins, and we're about to clean that up. Right, Shirley?
Well, that sounds good to me. It was nice talking to you.
Likewise, great talking to you. Thanks for calling. Anybody else? See, and that's how you have a civil conversation. White supremacy use that to target Black Americans only. They never say, okay, the Caribbean, Africa, all people of African descent, you have this baby mama issue, you have this Black on Black crime issue. Nope, they use that stat to come at Black Americans, right? Because they're trying to justify scientific racism. I don't know even what that is, but scientific racism was something that was around the 1860s when we were fighting for our freedom. The Confederates were trying to argue to the North, don't fight for these guys because they are animals, basically. Like they're going to just be a burden to society and they're going to be criminals. So that's why you got the bell curve, the book Bell Curve. You ever heard of that?
No.
Okay, so the Bell Curve is a book that was trying to scientifically explain that Black Americans' IQ is naturally lower than white people. It's a real book. Charles Murray was the author. Right. So
Was it that thing that had to do with the circumference of the brain?
No, that's scientific.
Oh, then I'm thinking something completely different.
Yeah, no, you're talking about 1860s, 1880s. That's scientific racism. I'm talking about Bell Curve, where they was based it on the IQ test. Right. So Charles Murray was cherry picking the test results and not considering the outliers and made a random hypothesis and said Black Americans naturally got lower IQs than white people. And this has been a talking point for white supremacy ever since the Bell Curve. But this book been debunked 1,000 times over by all type of scholars and come in all shapes of ethnic backgrounds. That book been debunked left and right, but they still hold that high. So what they do now is to justify scientific racism in 2026. They use the flat black. So they will, like, let's say you have humanitarian immigrants and you have brain gain immigrants. Are you familiar with brain gain?
Are you talking about when they specifically call us Black and then using our stats of degrees or education? Is that what you're referring to?
Yeah, well, that's the brain gain, right? So these are immigrants of different countries who make up their top 1%, right? So these are the smartest people in all of their country. They come to America to be resourceful, right? To help build up America. So America's a brain gain country. We always wanted the best of every country. So now these people get added to the Black stat to flatten it, to show that Black Americans are doing better. So they'll have all these very brilliant, very successful Africans or African descent people from different countries, and they get added to our stat to show that we're doing better. So they'll say, see, so you don't need nothing. You don't need more resources. You don't need this or that or that. You're doing better. Look at the stat. You jumped from 15% this to 35%. So just keep it going, and you'll be at 60%, right? So they use that, but when you disaggregate the data, you'll see that those people are not Black Americans. They make up the 1% of their country, and they should not be included to Black people, Black Americans, right? Because don't forget, they're being included to symbol that we're doing better because of these programs white folks set, and that's misleading. And then, so the opposite. So now when people come over here from these same backgrounds, but they're not the 1%, they come over. So when you're not 1%, you come over here a different way. You become humanitarian immigrants. That means that America went and got people as refugees, as evacuees and asylees. Now these people come into America, they can't hold their own like that 1%. They're not highly skilled and highly educated. They need resources. Okay, and a lot of them who knows their criminal background. So I'm sure some of them will come over here, and maybe some of them is going to add to the crime rate. And just like how they flatten out, hey, Black Americans are doing better because we got 1% of these Nigerians over here. Well, now look at the crime rate. So you guys are worse than we thought. See, we need to lock you guys up. We need another 94 crime bill. Look how dangerous you are. And these probably recent people from cartel countries, who knows what's going on in their country, and they're over here as asylees, refugees, and evacuees. They'll use them in the negative side of the crime stats and say, look how bad Black America, look, the crime rate got worse. It went from 15% to 25% in 2 years, but they won't disclose in 2 years 3 million evacuees, asylees, and refugees had just came to that community. Like, they'll skip that part. And that's what we mean by paper genocide. So this has nothing to do with immigrants. This has everything to do with white supremacy in our government, and we peep that. Like I said, through Yvette Carnell and Tone Talks, those guys peeped that. Tariq came on later, and now we're highlighting it. And for some reason, we had, I guess, like white people slick. To make it not obvious, they're going to get people of, let's say, immigrant background, or even Black American background, to defend the position that Tariq and Yvette is arguing against, the obvious. So they'll send people that's appearing, they're either Black American or they're representing the Black Americans who are not Black Americans, and they're sitting there saying, no, that's not true, because white people know that they have a bad rep in the United States. This is why they don't like to speak on these things outright, because they know that they're not trusted in America by Latinos, anybody. Nobody trusts white people in America. So nobody know the white man better than us. White Americans better than us. Like, we know that we don't trust them at all. We'll rather die than go to a hospital. So it's deep. We don't trust them because we know about medical apartheid. So it's deeper than what it is. And when you have immigrants that come to the country that's not aware of that, and they speak against our experiences, like, they don't know how disrespectful that is. So it gets ugly. And then you have where we're at now. And then on top of talking against us, they're calling themselves Black, which is a double, triple smack in the face.
Well, you know what I will say?
Mm-hmm.
This is the first conversation that I've had with the FBA where they weren't immediately rude to me off rep. That is what I will say. This conversation has been very delightful.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, I see. That's what happens, and that's why I feel like I need to get in these spaces, because I'm hearing the conversations, and I'm like, okay, all right. At some point, they got to get serious. They got to be about information. It can't be about, the rah-rah. It has
They're
to be.
quick to call me a tether. Quick to call me a tether.
Okay, yeah, and this is why I say, all right, let me get out in these spaces. Let me set the narrative correctly. You feel me? And that's why I gave the definition. A definition of a tether is an immigrant who are purposefully undermining, sabotaging, speaking against Black Americans in the most vile way possible. That's a tether. Okay, if an African or a Caribbean person ain't doing that, they just living their best life and they're just talking their truth, they're not a tether.
You know, people learn new words and like to throw them around all willy-nilly.
Yeah, well, that's why, you should ask them, hey, you calling me a tether, what's the definition? And then when they give the definition, ask them, did you do anything or say anything disrespectful toward the lineage? And if they can't say yes, they say yes, they got to explain it. Like, okay, articulate how I did that.
You see, that's fair. And with the points that you gave me, I will go back to the question I had before I joined. Before I joined, I asked you, are we speaking about this culturally or are we speaking about this racially?
Right.
And the conclusion I've drawn is, of course we can't be Black. Of course we can't be Black Americans culturally. We can somewhat be tied to the culture. We can know the culture. We can have family from the culture. But at the end of the day, ethnically, we're not Black Americans. But of course, racially, we're all going to be classified as just Black.
Right. Now,
and I understand the issue with that.
Now, look, who is classifying you Black?
White people.
Right. So now, so now you see what's going on. So what we're saying is, because white people called you something, why do you now look, hear me out. We're like, because what happens is we believe people are worshiping white people too much. White folks can't call Black Americans anything and we take it. We don't accept nothing from them, okay? Collectively, right? They can't call us SHIT anything. We're going to resent it and reject it. So what happens is the rest of the world have not experienced, like, again, people in their homeland, they are the majority. Like, there's no white people really there, right, to racial profile or call you slurs and derogatory terms.
To be fair, I think some of the only ones I know who probably dislike white people to the extent of Black Americans are Haitians. They despise white people.
Well, we don't hate white people, right? So there's a difference. We don't hate white people. What we do is we don't trust them for good reasons. They have a track record of being distrustful. We proceed with them with caution because a lot of Black Americans got neighbors. They got, we play ball with them. We socialize with them. We go to the bar with them. But we're not white worshipers. So we don't hate them, but we are traumatized because of the history that we have with them, right? The lived experience history we had with them. Haitians hate white people for different reasons, but Haitians have been white free for 200 and some years. We've never been white free. So we always directly face this.
To be honest, I really think y'all need to find y'all a little piece of land or something and just create Solon something.
Wait, now. I wouldn't say that. See, now,
I know it's not that easy, and I know it's not that easy.
No.
Trust me, I know it's not that easy.
I ain't talking about that. I'm saying that right there. So you don't know. With that comment, folks will start calling you names because what happens is you are, and I won't say you're doing it on purpose, but you're neglecting the fact that we built the foundation of this country. Right.
Oh,
so
absolutely.
Why would we leave?
I built this country.
Right. So why we leave something we built? Now watch this. If we do that, see, America had a 400-year head start over the world because our labor. We were labor force. White folks didn't do hard labor like that. So we were labor force for 200 and some years, 250 years before a white man actually joined the labor. See, what a lot of people do, a lot of people confuse the timeline. So white people didn't come over here as a massive labor force until 1880. So from the 1600s all the way to 1880, that was Black Americans laying the foundation. We cleared the land. Like, that's actually a phrase you can Google what that means. America was a bunch of trees, bushes, swamps. We cleared the land. So we made it habitable. We made it where you could build on top of it. We cleared the bushes, the swamps. We cleared all of that. We laid the foundation. And in 1862, the way they repaired us, they gave 4 million acres of land to those recent immigrants that came over, the Irish, a lot of Western and Northern Europeans that came over here. They gave them the land. That's called the 1862 Homestead Act. They awarded them with 4 million acres of land, 160 acres each. So the land we cleared to build on, we didn't get nothing, acre, 100 feet, nothing. They gave it all to Europeans who didn't touch it. So, 400-year head start, now you're a superpower based on our labor. We're not going to say, all right, you good, you can have that. We're going to start from scratch. No, sir. No, sir. We are 50% stakeholders in this land, and we ain't going nowhere. So this is our land. And now, if they want to give us some states, that's fine. But we doubt that's going to happen. But we don't mind if they say, hey, take 3, 4, 5 southern states. Okay, thank you. Get out the way. But we're not going to let America have what we built. Okay, so the economy was literally built off cotton. So America was a shithole before cotton. So cotton by itself made America one of the largest economies in the world. So America literally became a superpower based on the forced labor from Black Americans. So we're not going to say, all right, yeah, because that's what they wanted, by the way. You're probably not aware of the ACS, the American Colonization Society, where they try to ship off free black people to Liberia. So they want to say, all right, you built up America, we're good, we got it now, leave. And we didn't fall for that. You know, they got like 2% of 2% of 4 million to actually fall for that trap and go to Liberia. But 98% of us stayed in America. We didn't fall for that trap. We said, hell no. Frederick Douglass and those guys said, hell no. We built this land, we staying here. And we're going to fight for what's justly due to us. So I get what you're saying, but no way we're going to build something with. So in that case, all of our ancestors died in vain. We're not doing that. Our ancestors fought, dreamed of ever being free from slavery. A lot of them believe they could never, they believe 100 years of Jim Crow will never end. They never seen it end. We seen it end. We were born in, I was born in integration. You were born too. And if you were born in America, or
Yeah, I was born in America.
Okay, then you were born in integration as well. So a lot of us never even seen segregation. Like we just read about it. So you have people who died to hope to seeing an integrated state where they can actually roam around free with, with the law protecting them. A lot of people didn't see that day. So we're not going to up and run to Liberia like Garvey wanted to do and disrespect the blood and tears that we did. And then white people love to erase us from history. Then we go to Liberia and the millions, 40 million white folks that act like we never existed. They would lie and say, hey, we hired these black Americans to build the foundation. We paid them handsomely. And then they left. That's how they'll tell that story. Not doing that. By us being in America, white people have to live with the guilt every time they look at us. And they have to rest knowing they owe us. And that guilt will never leave. That burden will never leave until we're repaired. And we came a long way, right? We came in chains and look where we're at now. We're not in chains. We're voting, we're galvanizing in peace. We got some type of little bit of power here where they just can't lynch us with immunity anymore. So we came a long way and we're not going to give up. 250 years on the plantation, who would have ever guessed we'll be free? 100 years of Jim Crow, who would have ever guessed we would have had civil rights? So it takes a long time, but things get done.
Commend you guys on your fight.
So now what we're doing in our fight, because when we heard about CARICOM and their reparations in 2014-15, myself, I'm older, so I had books on reparations, right? So when I heard about CARICOM with their reparation fight, I was happy for the islands. So that's why I kind of was weirded out when we followed up a year or 2 years later with ADOS, that some people from the Caribbean wasn't happy with our. I'm like, what? Wait a minute.
I'm confused. I've never. Oh my gosh.
What's that?
I just can't believe the disconnect between all of us. And I'm not. Obviously, our experiences aren't the same. But we do share. Most of us share a common chain. You guys had chattel slavery in America. We had chattel slavery in South America, the Caribbean, Africa.
Right. No, not Africa. Africa didn't have chattel slavery.
Africa didn't have chattel slavery, but it had its own atrocities.
Name one.
Well, you had where Belgium went to the Congo. You had the scramble for Africa. They have their own atrocities that have to fix.
Wait. What year was that?
The scramble for Africa?
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure it was in the 18,000s or so.
Thousands, 1800s.
1800s, my problem.
Right. So look, what you're describing is the Berlin Conference. That's 1884. Okay. Mm-hmm. So the scramble for Africa. Now watch how we piece this together. They're gonna walk this back like detectives. The detectives come to a crime scene. All they see is what they see, and then they gotta walk it back and see how it started. Right.
Mm-hmm.
So we look at the Berlin Conference. We just look at white people ransacking Africa, creating borders, colonizing, things like that, right?
Mm-hmm.
Let me ask you this. How did white people get so strong that they can come to Africa and do something like that? because that was unfathomable 300 years earlier. So how did these guys become so powerful that they could ransack an entire continent of billions of people? Do you know how?
I feel like I got the answer.
Go ahead.
I mean, some of them probably sold out. I won't lie.
Okay. Nope. Well, the selling part you got right, but it wasn't sold out. They sold people. Okay, so let me back you up. So 300 years earlier, before
Yeah,
the
they sold other Africans into slavery to go to America. The Atlantic slave trade.
Right. So check this out. So 300 years earlier, those same Africans, they sold 15 million of skilled people. Remember, America is a brain gain country. They only accept the brightest of other countries. So when whitey people came to purchase slaves from Africa, they handpicked the brightest, because Africa try to get sell the low, sell the lazy. White man like, hell no. White man, what white men do with football, like they make you do jumping jacks, they do push-ups. They want to make sure you are fit for what they're going to have you do, because white man knew you're going to work 24/7 around the clock, and we need fit, educated people that know how to build, plant, all type of shit, right? That they can endure the sun, endure the diseases of Native America, of North America. So they knew who they were getting, right? So Africa, what I'm telling you is that Africa sold 15% of their brightest and strongest and more skilled people to white people. 15 million? That's a lot of people. Now imagine if Africa, instead of selling those people, instead use those people as their own labor force to build up Africa, then we'll be having a different story right now. Africa would be a superpower, America wouldn't be. So when white people came to Africa, I know people don't know this, but white people were not as strong as they are today, or even in the 1800s. They were fairly weak. They came to Africa less than 1,000 deep, sometimes 90 deep. The Dutch was 90 in some coasts, right? They had to pay rent. Africa was so strong that the white man had to pay rent as they waited for Africans to kidnap us and sell them to them. They had to pay rent. They had to ask permission to be part of the Elmina castles and these holding cells for the capture. Yeah, white folks ain't gonna do shit. White folks hired African merchants and mercenaries to go kidnap, So what they did was they contracted Africa tribes to do the kidnapping and all that dirty work. White folks were not that strong. Africa was a force to be reckoned with. What I'm telling you is that that's a lot of people. When 15 million people came to Brazil, the islands, and America, these guys worked 24/7 under threat, duress, and violence to build these economies. With money, you can purchase things, right? Materials, resources. So the 15 million labor force had made white nations invincible. So what I'm telling you, in the words of Malcolm X, the chickens came home to roost. After they were supplied with Africa's greatest workforce, they became super powerful nations for 300 years. They didn't bother Africa at all for 300 years. Then they leveled up as superpowers, and they came to Africa as super saiyans. What I'm telling you is that that's Africa's fault. They sold these people because they had little value in them, like they do now when they sell their resources to whitey man. They got little value in their resources. They sell them off. Well, they sold off 15 million people to whitey man because they had little value in them. And whitey man valued these people, these resources. They do great things with the resources that Africa don't see. They can't do anything with it, or they think they can't. So they always sell it to whitey man, and whitey man get more empowered. So whitey man came back as super saiyans and said, "All right, nigga, we're about to carve this shit up." That's what happened. So they can't. That's not the same. The diaspora was completely victims. We're not responsible for nothing. Africans were in bed with white people. They sold us to them, and all they got back was guns, alcohol, K2, fentanyl, and some trinkets. That's it. And they thought they were balling. The whitey man got people, and the African man like, all right, okay, here, take them. They had no idea. Whitey man's like, all right, we're gonna put these people to work. They're gonna build our nation, and we can't be built without these people, because white men tried to set up colonies in America before that, and they failed miserably. They failed miserably. So no, Africa is the blame for the whitey man. All right, being a super powerful nation. Without that labor force, there's no superpower nations in Europe, and definitely not by the 1800s. You dig? No way possible. Don't forget, this is 24/7, around the clock, free labor for 300 years. It's no way the white man could have been a superpower that early without 300 years of free labor, 24/7 around the clock. No way possible. It have took him 2,000, 3,000 years to become what they thought they could become. And that's why they took the shortcut. So Africa doesn't get a pass. Africa can't say, hey, man, the white man, we want reparations. The white man came back and whooped our ass. Like, well, listen, right now in 2026, if I'm a competing business with my neighbor, right? I sell my neighbor my trash, that I think trash, items that I no longer use, right? Don't forget, we got competing businesses. I sell him for pennies on the dollar. Hey, man, just take this shit, bro. Just give me $10, man. I'm just trying to clear my garage. And my neighbor recycle that stuff, reshape it, burn it, whatever they do, and make instruments out of this, right? Where his convenience store has self-checkout, right? I'm still trying to hire people that be stealing, lazy, calling out, and he got self-checkouts. This guy got an ATM, because with the junk I sold him, he made an ATM. He got all type of stuff in there, credit card readers. I don't got none of that. This is the 1960s, 70s, 1930s. Can you imagine that? This is the 1920s and 30s, and he got self-checkouts. He got credit card, he got all this stuff. I'm 1930 material. Obviously, that's a lopsided in business. I can't go cry to American government like, hey, this ain't a free market. He got all this stuff. I don't have it. I can't compete. And this guy say, wait a minute, you had it all. You sold it to me for pennies on the dollar. Yeah, that's not a good argument. They sold 15 million people. Those 15 million people leveled up white people, and they came back because they're white. It's not like Africans thought white people were going to buy us and then we'll be just, singing and joining hands and what's the merry-go-round song? We all fall down, London bridges. Yeah, like we was doing that with white folks. They knew that they were selling us and we were not coming back. Don't forget, this is 300 years. Queen Nzinga sold 13,000 annually. They knew you were going there as slaves on a whole nother level. Okay, so these guys were not so innocent. Oh, we didn't know. Stop it. And then when a whitey man cut it off in 1808, African nations, we want to sue for reparations. You can't cut us off. This is all of our economy. Whitey man did them dirty way before the Berlin Conference. Whitey man knew, like, damn, all of their money is from this slave trade. Let's cut it off now. Let's cut their whole money supply. Let's cut their economy going to collapse overnight. And we got them in 80 years. Man, they cut that slave trade off in 1808. African nations like, they're like, you ain't make a wholesale purchase in a while. Dutch, Portuguese. They're like, yeah, nah, we good. Nah, you good. Nah, we not order no more. What? What, you serious, nigga? Yeah. We good. Man, they went crazy. You owe us reparations, man. You can't do that. Oh, y'all, some mother. Oh, hell no. We demand we captured 100, we captured 13,000 more. Get these niggas out of here, man. Now we got to marry them to the tribe and all this bullshit. Hell no. Okay. And so, yeah, you cannot do that. You can't be responsible 100% of why these people are so powerful. And again, they had a negative history with Africans because originally in the 1400s, they came there to go just do it themselves. So it wasn't like Africans didn't know how evil they were. The white man in the 1400s said, man, we're going to go in Africa. We're going to take these niggas and we're going to build up these colonies in America. Africans whooped their ass. I gotta watch my language. They kicked their ass, and a lot of white folks died from interior diseases like malaria. So they gave that up. They said it ain't gonna work. We can't go over there kidnapping people. We felt that it cannot happen. So they came back 200 years with a checkbook. How much? African man. How much? Okay, that's how that happened. Right. So greed is how it started, and greed is how it started, and greed is how it ended. They say you live by the GUN, you die, you DIE by it. Well, you live by greed, you DIE by greed. So they were greedy, selling us by 15 million for the low, pennies on the dollar. Well, guess what? The white man, 300 years later, ransacked Africa by greed. They lived by greed. They got dominated by greed. That's why I say no passes. No passes. The Caribbean, Haiti, Brazil, America, yeah. We were victims. Africa was not a victim. That's a lie that's told, that's recycled, where Africans try to fit themselves in with the injured, harmed group. No. You are an enslaver like the white T-man. Okay, that's why I ask people, who's your friend, the seller or the buyer in a human trafficking case? You tell me, because I see neither. All right, so this was a great experience on TikTok. I'm gonna cut it. I'm gonna close out. I'm gonna finish up on you. The Arabs called the people of Kush, Nubia, say Mali, Africa, a lot. The Arabs called them Bilal al-Sudan. Instead of them calling themselves indigenous names, they renamed them. That's called an exonym. And ever since then, they accepted that exonym and they call themselves Sudan or Sudanese people. Right? So they let Arabs rename them with a derogatory definition. So Bilal al-Sudan, they were calling them that based upon their skin color. And then they equated their skin color with sinners or lamenting people, dreadful people, inferiors. So for them to call themselves Sudanese people now, that definition is attached to it because they didn't ever name themselves in an endonymic sense. They took on the exonymic names of their colonizers, the Arabs.
Now they call themselves Sudanese, though.
Yeah,
so what do you do about that?
Right, that's the point. They're taking on the name given by their colonizers, their oppressors. That's an exonymic name. That's something we, Foundation Black Americans, did not do. We were given exonymic names by our colonizers while we are under their rule. Okay, we're talking about 250 years of slavery, forced slavery, and we're talking about Jim Crow. But the minute we fought the civil rights, empower ourselves with power, decided to name ourselves, not color, not Negro, the names that are given by our oppressors. We called ourselves black, and then we gave ourselves, we defined it with beautiful attributes, beautiful, strong attributes.
Black.
But no, they don't call themselves black. We just talked about Sudanese people, right, that have a negative definition tied to it, negative connotative definition tied to it. They call themselves Sudanese after their oppressor, not black. So once again, my argument is that we're the only black people in the sense that we named ourselves black and we defined it. We didn't rely on an exonymic term by our former enslavers, former colonizers, former oppressors. We literally renamed ourselves as black, and the only people to do that. Anybody else came behind us and named themselves after us.
So what are you saying is not? You saying that the word Sudan for the country Sudan don't have nothing to do with the people being black?
No, that's you being anachronistic. You're giving terms to people of ancient, of old, terms they didn't use. They didn't speak English, my guy. Nobody was running around saying the English word black. Okay, so, and let's not just focus on dark skin. There was more they attached to Sudanese people, or Sudan, Bilad al-Sudan. Again, not just dark skin, sinners, inferiors, slaves, dreadful people are the definitions they placed upon Bilad al-Sudan. So it's not just a mere translation of a color, it's attributes of an inferior people.
If it's a Arabic term, Balad
Right.
as Sudan, meaning but you're saying that the word Sudan for the Republic of the Sudan don't have no connection with the Arabic term black.
No, that's not what I'm saying.
That was talking about the people.
No, dude, we gotta focus on what they were saying at that time. They were not speaking English. They were not saying black, right? Looking in 2026, Sudanese people call themselves Sudanese people. Like, they don't come to America and all of a sudden they translate Sudan to black or call us black people. Just like Juan of Mexico don't come to America and now he's John, or Miguel doesn't become Mike, or Assalamu Alaikum doesn't become, hey man, what's going on, brother? It's still Assalamu Alaikum in America, in China, and wherever else. So no, trying to translate a word to legitimize it doesn't work. We still deal with the word regardless of its meaning. We don't stick with the meaning. Like, for example, sac passe, right? We say that, or they say that regardless where they go. They don't, oh, we're in America now, let's say, what's up, my brother? They still say sac passe.
Okay, go ahead, make your point.
That was the point. My argument is that we're the only black people, we're the only people that took an English color, B-L-A-C-K, and said that was our primary standalone ethnonym. We're not black Africans, we're not black Cubans, we're not black Tethers, we're just black Americans. And matter of fact, you can just call us black people. Malcolm X was called, and his group, his organization, they were just called the Black Muslims. Black Power, Black Wall Street, and we attach it to everything we're associated with, that we hold dear. Our economics is called black economics, our marriages are called black marriages, and even our shame, like black on black crime, is still identified as black. In Sudan, their crime, their affairs would be Sudanese banks, right? Sudanese on Sudanese crime, Sudanese economics. See how that works?
The black didn't have nothing to do with the descriptor at first.
Bro, you keep placing black there. There's no black at that time. Okay, there's no English word black. We're talking about the Arabic language. And it was Sudan, right? Or they call themselves Nubia, Kushites, Mali Empire, whatever. But black wasn't an option. You keep anachronistically adding black as an option. You're revising history. There's no black. It's just Sudan or Sudanese people.
But why is their country named the Sudan now?
All right, it's like I'm talking in circles and you're not receiving what I'm saying. Their country is named after the name that they accepted from their oppressor, which is Sudan. Okay, they call themselves the Sudanese people after the word Sudan that was given to them by their oppressors, Bilad al-Sudan, for the dark sinners, the dark dreadful people that is worthy and only fit for slavery. They took on that exonymic term and embraced it and called their land after it. So their land is Sudan, and they're the Sudanese people. They're the sinful people living in the sinful land. And subsequently, they are the Sudanese people, and we are the black people. You see, we're different. They're the only Sudanese people. We're the only black people. They chose an exonymic term. We chose an endonymic term.
Yeah, because if the black was put on them, black was put on us. Hold on, as a descriptor. Oh, yeah, well, I don't know. For the African Americans, somebody called them that, and then they agreed to it.
Well, that's a false equivalence, because wasn't it Jesse Jackson, somebody of the group within the group, inside the group, that called us African American, and we agreed with it, whatever that means. But that would be an endonym. That's a name we gave ourselves, and he defined it, right? He told you what it meant, and it did not have a derogatory definition, didn't have a negative connotation on top of it. So that's an endonym. You're confusing the two. Arabs called African Sudan. Outsiders calling another people a name with negativity tied to it. You're comparing that to Jesse Jackson, who named us something and now supposed to have a positive definition tied to it. Big difference. That's exonym versus endonym. Exo, outsiders naming you. Endo, insiders, the people themselves naming themselves. Jesse Jackson will be the people within naming themselves. Okay. We shall see. She's going to have a video coming up soon.
Yeah, I'm going to watch it.
Hold on. And when do you know the woman that she's hosting it with?
No.
Okay. Okay. Yeah, I heard her speak before. She's big on, I think, Booker T. Washington. She has a doctorate in something, but she had misrepresented Booker T. Washington. She said Booker T. Washington was a Pan-African. And do you know anything about that?
What?
Okay. So now remember, you said Ghanaians, right?
Yeah.
And I said what?
Something Guyana, something. I can't remember exactly what you said, brother.
Okay. And you were right and I was wrong, right?
I mean, from my understanding, yes.
Okay. So I'm gonna share my screen. Share my screen.
I can't even see out my screen right now. It's dark as hell. I done waste all my damn battery up.
Nah, but you can hear it though.
Switch my phone, man.
Nah, don't worry. You don't gotta see it. You gotta hear it. Hold on. All right. After he speaks, let me know if you can hear it.
I don't anybody.
You heard that?
No, I'm seeing these people on the screen, this light-skinned woman on the screen.
Okay, let me play
What about Ghanaians?
Ghanaians?
Yeah.
Bro, what just happened there?
I don't know. He said Ghanaians.
Bro, are you that stupid? She just pronounced it the way you said it. He corrected it the way I said it.
Yeah.
Because we'll go back. She pronounced it like you. He corrected her and said what I said. Listen.
Okay.
I don't anybody.
What about Ghanaians?
Ghanaians?
Yeah.
We just.
Okay, did he say what I said?
I guess.
I guess. Yeah. All right, man. Go. Get off. Get off. All right. Give me a second. Okay. They try to act like it's so hard, like a big pun. It's so hard to understand. We know it's easy to understand. We know it ain't that damn difficult. All right, family. Like I said, in about another, little bit, we're gonna go on simultaneously go on TikTok. So you can hear these people. We're gonna invade TikTok in a little bit. Let's get some. You know what? Let's get some hood smarting. This be kind of entertaining. Some of his content.
Mr. Government, he don't deserve this portion, right? You remember, he said he was indigenous here. Take a couple thousand off right there and make sure this nigga get a couple mil, not trillions. And matter of fact, I'll hold on to that extra piece of reparations. Because reparations is not just for slavery, Jim Crow segregation, all that redlining from the 1600s all the way to the 1800s. They owe reparations. So if you wasn't a slave, hey, I will hold on to that part of your reparations, and I'm going to be a rich motherfucker. Let me find out you in that Treasury Department line claiming some slave reparations. I'm on your ass. Remember, you didn't suffer through that. You was free. All right,
I'm going down there with my kids.
Hey, let me say this one thing, y'all. So I have searched my genealogy, and I am way back in the actually 1770 with free people of color. But with that being said, y'all, I have not traced every one of my. If you go to the fourth generation, do y'all realize how many forefathers we had? So for me to sit up here and say that not one of them was on a slave plantation would be absolutely insane.
Right, you don't know what I
have.
claim.
Yeah, so I have traced them back to 1770. No, found no slave yet, but don't think that I don't think that somebody along the way was, and even for the people who were in my family who are from this land, some of them still got enslaved too, y'all. So America made it very clear that they did not separate the Negro from the indigenous. They enslaved them all.
Hey, I'm gonna say this. Now remember, when Abraham Lincoln freed the slaves, only 500,000 freemen or African were free, and we had 4 million people, 4 million what they called African already here that they dotted as African. Those 4 million of us only 500,000 was free by 1865. See what I'm saying? So there was some free people. We had some free people of color here already, or some people who fought against slavery, like down in Florida. We had the Florida Seminole Wars. We weren't, this wasn't a slave state. Florida wasn't a slave state. We rebelled against it. But all I'm saying is, if you do have that history of having free people of color and you don't want to claim slavery, then just don't be in line for the check neither, my nigga. No, we got no beef. Just you don't get what I get. When my check look more healthier than yours, don't start pocket watching and play hating. That's all I'm saying with your free ass. That's it. I ain't got nothing against y'all.
There's one thing I want to say.
Here's the other thing too. It really, y'all, don't even matter, because I promise you, there was a slave in your family.
In your family, yeah. No. I'm talking about the people who walk around with their nose held high. I wasn't no slave. Not all of us were slaves. I was free. Okay, with your free ass. Then let me hold on to the chat. But what you're saying is absolutely true. I don't think everybody in my lineage was a slave neither. But I'm definitely claiming that check, nigga. Boy, I'm gonna be one, Mr. Government. I was a slave. I 100%.
But AI, let's go with that. Let's go with the fact that, okay, your family, you can't find no slaves in your family, right? It doesn't negate the fact, and my heart aches when I think about this, because I fuck with the Freedmen's heavy. Salute to my man Naheem, bro. Can you imagine trying to travel freely through this country that's already infighting on itself? Trying to travel freely as a black man and keep your freedom. You're fighting. You're constantly fighting. You're constantly fighting for your freedom.
For your freedom, yeah.
You got to get reparations off of that right there.
First of all, I'm a big believer in getting what's owed to me. So,
but you're not from here.
That's not what I'm saying.
Hold on, let's deal with Tasha. Hold on, let's deal with Tasha before we call her.
I just hate when people try to act like this holier than thou, like we was never touched, we never went there. That's
I get it.
It was dangerous for everybody, bro.
Hey, bro, I don't win.
Hold on.
Why you cut me off? Whoever that
Tasha,
was.
what do you want, Tasha? This conversation is not a Trinidadian conversation. What's going on?
Okay, so what I'm saying is, first of all, what would reparations look like for you guys?
No. Well, it looks like unlimited child support. Okay, that's what it looks like. That's all you need to know. Unlimited child support. That's it. Whatever that look like in your head, that's what it is. The rest is none of your business. Just think about unlimited child support. Anyways, you need to go talk to your baby daddy. Anyways, let's get on.
Yeah, what I was saying was, y'all.
Why are you doing that?
She couldn't hold it in, AI. She tried.
Seriously.
AI.
What? Wait, why?
She tried.
She worried for somebody else more than Tasha. Stop.
You don't even know what I could add, but you know what? Go ahead. Go ahead.
Google it. Anyways, go ahead, neighborhood.
Hey, he right. They lived on the fringe of society. Matter of fact, one of my relatives named William had a baby by a slave woman, y'all, and he had to pay in 1840 $863. The bill is still there for his own child. You know what I'm saying? And his child, because Georgia didn't have manumission laws, that child had to stay his slave until 1865. You know, just because of how the law. So you're right. They lived on the fringe of society. They ran up and down Mulberry River running because they were constantly under attack. So he's right. It wasn't nothing pretty. They still couldn't have weapons. They couldn't do none of that. And they had to go register at the county every year to prove their freedom without somebody trying to capture them and put them back in slavery.
Yeah, you was at war every day. You rolled out of bed, nigga. You tossing bows and arrows, spears, all kind of shit. But anyways, Chamba, what's going on, man?
Hi. Why are you guys thinking that we are anti-black? We love you.
Some of y'all is.
We love you, man. Stop thinking that we are all anti-black. Stop that shit.
No one said all.
No, you guys keep You guys keep accusing us of that shit, and it hurts me because I love you guys. Stop that shit.
Wait,
Stop
hold on.
separating.
Who your husband is again?
My husband is a gorgeous, Zoe. Gorgeous. Not only
Oh, okay.
Asian.
All right there. Pedro, go ahead.
Why are you here? What are you trying to do here? Why you come here with this?
I just came to bother Pedro.
I know you did. Listen.
What do you want, Pedro? No,
okay.
no.
I'm not gonna make
real.
this about me.
Real talk. We love you. Not all. I know that some black people are anti-black, but not me, and not my husband. Okay, I want to make that clear.
Of course, because you wanna be living here. You don't wanna be deported to Haiti. I would love it too.
No, we'll be deported back to Panama, to my beautiful country. Everybody come to Panama too, okay? It's beautiful. I was there 2 weeks ago. Beautiful.
There is no
come
food
over.
in Panama. The food's too expensive. Don't go there.
I've been there.
So that's all I wanted to say. Stop hating. We don't hate you all. We love you. So bye, AI. Besos. Ciao. A ti también. Bye.
Okay, all right. Nigel,
Let me get to speak, please. Yeah. So basically,
anyway, hold on, Nigel. This is your fourth time popping up on my channel, so I have to give you your intro. Everybody, this is Nigel. He's the bumble clot Jamaican who comes to my panel. This nigga, he rubs 5 booty cheeks a week to make a living to feed all 5 of his kids that he don't take care of. He got like 5 different baby mamas. He can't go to the beach. So he be having other things to do with his kids. They won't allow him on the beach. So he has to go to the ponds and shit. So everybody, you know what I'm saying? Just take it easy on Nigel. His life is already hard. We gotta do something for this brother.
Rock Bocce boy.
Dropping a galaxy already.
No, they
I can't believe you said that, AI.
What go on?
Yeah. So. No.
No Bocceism. No Bocceism.
Why don't you make that dumb idiot shut up? Let me give a speak. You're an idiot. Yeah. As I was going to say.
Wait, you coming from my Dominican? You coming from my Dominican?
Damn, that shit sounds horrible.
Why you coming from my Dominican? What's? Oh, Paige, you gotta handle this bumble clot Jamaican. He talking to you.
Why you want? What happened?
Yeah,
man. What do you want?
Dirty yellow teeth of yours.
Why you want, bye?
When are you gonna clean that dirty teeth of yours? Your teeth.
You can handle. When you could bumble clot afford to go to the damn bumble clot beach and stop bleaching your skin and stop stealing. Maybe my teeth will be white if you stop stealing all the bleach. Maybe my teeth will be perfectly white if you stop stealing all the bleach out of aisle 7 when I go to Walmart. If I could just go to Walmart one time this week and find some bleach, then maybe we can do something about my teeth. Until then, bumble clot Rastafarian, shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up, you idiot. You must take me for idiot, knowing that you steal all the bleach and ask me about some bleaching teeth. Nigga, why are you always concerned with everything white? What, you want everything to be pure white. You want everything to be pure white. What's up with you? What's up with y'all in whiteness? Why y'all can't let whiteness go? You want
How long have y'all been fighting for reparations? That's it, and I'm done. How long has this fight been going on?
Yo, AI, them niggas be looking like they headed to their own funeral. And bombs and everything. Just go get in the casket.
What's happening?
So Tasha, what was that last comment, Tasha? What you said?
Girl, I'm not running from my country. I've been here since I was 10. I didn't ask to come here, okay? I came here when I was a kid. So I don't know what you're talking about. Anyway, that's somebody in the comments.
What was that last remark? What did you say?
The question is, how long have you guys been fighting for what was owed to you?
You can go back to your country, Tasha. Why you worry about this?
No. Let me ask you.
God, Pedro, why do you want to shut me?
Hold on, Tasha. So my question to you is, what is your purpose for the question? Where is this headed, and why does it concern you?
My purpose for the question is because I would like.
Wait, someone sent the galaxy for her? Someone sent the galaxy for Tasha? I ain't seen no galaxy. Illinois, somebody.
No, someone was asking to send one.
Oh, you don't gotta ask no questions. Y'all want somebody going? You better hurry up, Tasha. Hurry up.
Okay, I would like to see you guys get your reparations. That's the purpose. That's it.
That's why we're delineating, because a lot of
Ay,
the
sáchate, yo
immigration,
Senegalese for you.
Go ahead, Black.
because a lot of the immigrants that have come here, they've received benefits that was basically our civil rights movement and everything. That's what we were fighting for. That's what we were working for. And then they came and diluted that. And that's why that delineation is important right now, because as soon as we realize there's no unity in allowing everybody to come here and undermine the Black Americans, there's no benefit to us at all. As soon as we all get on the same page and all agree that delineation is a priority, then we can move forward and receive reparations. We would have been received reparations, but there was a huge spike in immigration in the 70s and 80s, right after the civil rights movement in the 60s. So as soon as this, like literally, you can look on a graph, it's a small growth, and then as soon as it's the 70s and 80s, it's a huge spike. You can look it up right now. Anybody can look it up right now. It's a huge spike of a growth of a massive amount of people who came from the Caribbean, who came from Africa, who came from all countries, really, like even the Mexicans and Asians. Like right now, they're giving Asians in LA. I don't know if this is like a new thing that just happened. They're giving Asians in LA homeless, housing rights and opportunities specifically for Asians. And it's like, why do they get this special treatment? Like in all my years of living, almost 30 years, I have yet to hear any programs that are like specifically for Black Americans. And when they say Black people, that's why there's also a problem when immigrants come here and they claim Blackness. They claim Blackness because they know that they can benefit. They can double down and benefit in ways where they could say, oh, I'm Black,
Yellow
and
teeth,
benefit.
wait.
And then they can say, oh, I'm an immigrant and benefit. They can double down in ways that Black Americans cannot. So why is that right? That they get twice as much advantage, twice as much assistance than a Black American? Like, that doesn't make any sense.
Because white people have no problem with giving them loans, and we've seen that. White people have no problems when they come together and build their infrastructures and communities. You've seen the only communities that's been infiltrated and interrupted were Black American communities. Historical Overtown, Harlem, everywhere in the United States, everything that was Black owned, Black Wall Street, Tulsa, infrastructure, Bond, flooded out places in Georgia. They have not done this to an immigrant community yet. You see little Haiti in Miami and New York. You see a little Mexico town, little Chinatown. They don't mess with their communities only because they are not a threat. They don't see these immigrants as a threat. That's why they come over here and brag about, ha, 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 niggas. Look what we do, niggas. We came over here with flip-flops. We still have flip-flops, and we done better than you, nigga. Ha, 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 ha. Nigga, knowing that their place looked like shit and nothing compared to what we used to make. And besides, we were being infiltrated. They are not. No one's concerned about these immigrants community. Nobody's worried about little Havana, little Haiti. We don't care. They could come up together all they want. White people like, if we tell white people, look, the Haitians over there created a community. They're like, who gives a fuck about what the fuck they created? The Jamaicans over there created, who gives a fuck about them bummer clock Jamaican? They don't care. But when they hear Black Americans creating a community, oh, no, we have to infiltrate that because we are threatening to America. We are white America's biggest ops, not these other groups of people. Nobody concerned about them.
Also,
they couldn't get shit jumping if they were the only ones on the island. Shit. Go ahead.
I also want to say that I noticed
that everybody wants this Pan-Africanism thing to be a thing, as if it's going to benefit us or benefit anyone really, but it's not. I honestly think Black Americans have way more of an opportunity to lift up our community and upgrade and level up if we team up with white Americans over unifying with immigrants and every divided community of the same skin tone is still a divided community. If you think about it, that's literally okay. When you do anything and you have a group of people and you gotta bust it down, how many people? That means everybody gets a smaller piece of the pie, right? You got more people to divide it amongst. If it's just us and the white Americans, then hello, we get a
Damn.
big
Wait,
portion.
hold on. Hold on. You just said a lot right now, Black. I have to let's dissect what you just said. You sound like you're playing the PS5, so you might be playing the game and talking. Everybody,
It's in the background.
That's her
but
P5. That's her P5. Stop saying it's mine. I play when I get off. But anyways,
my bad.
wait, hold on. So wait, hold on. Okay, so me and FBA Illinois just had this conversation yesterday when a white man came on, and he didn't talk to us like how the Haitians talk to us and the Jamaicans talk to us. He came on very respectful, and he said that he think Black Americans should have been got reparations during the Civil Rights Act, and he said that we are about to come together now. He think that we should come together more than ever. He said, I admit, we do have some white ignorant people in my community that we do need to deal with, but those are usually the newer whites, not the older whites who've been here for a very long time. So it's interesting that now you're saying that you think that we might get along better with white people, or we might get reparations from white people than we do from Caribbeans. So here's what I'm gonna say. I'm gonna say this. The thing about racism is it's a team sport. Not only white people are participating. The only reason why racism works so good is because other groups of people are contributing. So they need some of these Caribbeans, they need some of these Africans to be here to undermine us. That's why they give them all the loans, because they understand that, well, if it's just white people being racist or have prejudice or biased ways, it wouldn't work. So they bribe the Africans, they bribe the Caribbeans. Yeah, come over here. And then be a buffer class, and we're gonna let you do whatever, and vote this way, vote Democratic, or vote a certain way so you can help us keep undermining Black Americans. So they're all in cahoots with each other. That's why I don't really separate white people from Caribbeans, not all Caribbeans, but some Caribbeans, because they all have the same agenda, which is to have a form of bias, prejudice, or racist group economic exclusion towards Black Americans. Now, if you were to ask me who's more likely to join forces with Black Americans for reparations, panel, y'all might not like me on this one, but I'm gonna have to say, if it came down to it, I think the people who will probably side with us the most is probably white people. And the reason is because our reparations will also improve America at the same time too.
Exactly.
If our production level goes up, when we have the money to improve our neighborhoods the way that we should have, the production will go higher in America, and we'll produce what we'll own. Now, we will probably delineate from white America, and that's probably what they don't want, because they want to be able to control our culture. But they're going to have to understand, if you want this country to be better, you need to pay up what's owed to us so we could keep doing what we do best, which is creating and inventing. These other groups of people, they don't do that, and they have no interest in America. These Caribbeans and Africans, they are sending money back home. They don't care about the infrastructure of America. So the only people who care about America is Black and white people. These niggas don't care. They came here to profit and benefit and send money back. I don't see these niggas giving a fuck about our reparations, not even one bit. Now, another thing y'all might not like, just as much as white people need us, we need them too. We're not running the country by ourselves, and white people don't run the country by themselves. We need each other. Now, what's going on is, for some reason, there is a population of white people who refuse to see it like that. They refuse to see it like that. We have some white people who do acknowledge that. We're dealing with the white people, or we're attacking the white people who refuse to see that we need each other because we're both are Americans. See what I'm saying?
There's white tethers too
Yeah, can
now.
I clarify one thing real quick?
Go ahead, FBA. I'll go after you.
I'm sorry, because like you said, because you're saying white tea, there's one specific group that we need to clarify on who we're talking about. We're not talking about Ellis Islanders, but we are talking about old stock Americans.
Exactly.
The ones that were here since the revolution. They don't have a problem. They would not be opposed to us getting reparations. Ellis Islanders are. And remember the video I was telling you to watch yesterday? Tariq Nasheed said something in that video that I didn't even think about with the Ellis Islanders and immigration in general. Immigration in general is to keep us away from the crimes of slavery. Because really think about it. Because when slavery happened, what happened immediately afterwards? The Ellis Islanders started coming in. It is to, and what do they have nothing to do with? The crimes of slavery. Right. So it's literally to whitewash for what has already been done to us, so they can sweep it under the rug and say, and basically say, well,
we had nothing to do with it.
Yeah, exactly.
Scenario, y'all. Here's the caveats. So here you do have that old stock Americans who are calling themselves heritage Americans, right? So they would have some reason to align with us. And we keep focusing on Ellis Island. It goes before Ellis Island. It started what they call the Crystal Palace. Ellis Island is actually late in the game, y'all. Let's be honest. So it started with a spot called Crystal Palace or something Palace first, or up still around New York. And those when those people could start coming in. And they came in because there was free land being offered. So they had a reason to be against you. Where the rich colonial planters already had everything, so they didn't have to get in play. And they still own everything, so they would be in line with you, but you still can't trust them, because once they get what they want, which is to get the Crystal Palace babies and the Ellis Island babies under check now, they still want power. That's been their whole game.
Right. And then my last point, I'll say that's correct. The neighborhood. You're right. Remember, they didn't take Martin Luther King out because his civil rights movement. They took Martin Luther King out because he found a way to get black people and white people on board with a movement that they all would agree on, which was the Spring Poverty. I forgot the name of it. The Spring Poverty movement, where he was telling the government, you need to give us 20 million annually for every poverty in America, and we're anti-war. That's what got his ass deleted, the anti-war rhetoric, because during that time, hippies were coming up, and hippies were majority white people who were very against the war in Vietnam or whatever war was going around. So that's why they took him out. They didn't take him out because of no damn civil rights movement, black. They took him out because he was finding a unique way to bring together both white people and black people. We need each other to a certain extent. We may not have the same exact fight, but to some degree we agree on something, which is the foundation of America. This is our home. See what I'm saying? And there's a special way we don't want war, and we don't want to be going back and forth with people, and we don't want to be invaded by all these other motherfuckers who don't give a fuck. We have that common interest. So to a certain degree, white people and black people have a common interest. Right. But it's until they put aside the small percentage of racism, or the racism that they have for us, the bigotry and all that, then we can have a brotherhood. But we have more chances getting along with them than some of these other immigrants who don't know our history. Right. But anyways.
Kennedy knew what was going on too. I'm talking about the first one that came in here, because he married into old American stock instantly. When the first Kennedy that got here, he married into old Virginia stock instantly. So he already knew what was going on. Right. All right. Let's let Trey.
Can I say something else really quick?
Girl, you better make it 30 seconds.
Okay. So I wanted to say that there are white tethers as well, because there are like white Colombians and Argentinians and from Spain and Europe.
Honorary whites. Correct.
Right. They don't know the culture of and the impact that Black Americans create that white heritage Americans understand. Like heritage Americans, they love football, they love country music, they love everything that Black Americans created. And that's why I don't like hearing Black people say white supremacy, because really it doesn't exist. It's Black supremacy. It's Black supremacy.
She keep going to a wrong side, bro.
Listen to what I'm saying. It's Black supremacy in America. The reason why white people have to attack Black people and they have to treat Black people the way they do is because they feel inferior to Black people, because they understand the greatness of Black people. But the white tethers who don't know the culture, don't know everything that Black people done did, they don't understand the greatness of Black people. So they don't.
Let me clear up.
Okay, all right, hold on.
Let me handle it real quick.
Bro, they send the galaxy for her. They send the
Someone
galaxy.
said the galaxy to drop. All right, everybody vote. Do you want her drop or you want to keep her? I see where she's going. Man, listen.
I don't think y'all understand. I think y'all miss.
No. I get what you're trying to say. I have to drop it. I'm gonna rephrase what you're trying to say. You can stay and listen, and someone sends the galaxy, you can come back on. I understand what you're trying to say, but I'm gonna clear it up to make it sound better. So what she's trying to say is that we are the superior people because we're the ones being attacked. You only attack people who are more superior than you. You must feel inferior in order to come after me. That's what she's saying. But the problem is white supremacy does exist. It exists not because they're trying to keep power on their side of the fence. They're trying to withhold wealth and keep the majority of power and wealth for them. That is white supremacy. It does exist. It's a real thing. Systematic. Yeah, it's institutionalized. So yes, racism, white supremacy. If you say white supremacy don't exist, that means you're saying racism doesn't exist. See what I'm saying? So racism does exist, and we can't say white supremacy don't exist because that means you're also saying racism doesn't exist. So that's why I disagree with her rhetoric. But she's right. We are superior because we are consistently being attacked. But she's wrong to say white supremacy doesn't exist.
Yo, I seen where she was trying to go, but y'all hitting niggas upside the head with multiple galaxies, that's crazy. I ain't never seen y'all that took shit to a whole nother level, dog. Nigga hit you with a galaxy. That's crazy, dog.
Hey, niggas want their head gone over here, Brad, man. Niggas want niggas' head gone over here. They ain't going for that shit. When a nigga say put money on his head, there's money on that nigga head. He gotta go. They gotta go.
She dropped the tray on that one. She was cooking, then she dropped the bowl.
She young, y'all, so she was fine.
What y'all want me to do? They put money on her head. What y'all want me to do?
Oh, you did the right thing, but she young, y'all. She was really trying to say we are the supreme being and that they are coming to get, so they're the ones who are inferior. But what she's missing is white supremacy is systematic. There is a system in place to hold us, and that's what she was. But she's young, y'all. She's 29.
Put a thumbs up. Put a thumbs up if y'all want to bet. Put a thumbs up if y'all want to bet. If there's multiple thumbs
put her
up,
back on the panel.
If y'all put thumbs up, I'll override the galaxy and I'll bring her back.
Yeah, bring her back up because she was trying to get it, y'all, and y'all ran her out before she learned, y'all. That she 28. When we in our casket, she gonna have to fight this fight. So
but hold on. I'm 28. I ain't say no shit like that.
I understand that.
I'm 24. I didn't say that either.
But listen, y'all, we know our lives are. I used to be a Pan-African about 20 years ago, but I ain't that no more. So, right. I mean, y'all let her grow.
Okay. All right, fine. We brought it back. Anyways, let's move on. I'll let you speak again, Black, but we got to let other people on the panel speak. Okay. Trey, what's going on?
What's up, brother? How you doing?
Shit, I can't complain, brother. What it is?
So I disagree on the Ellis Island point, because if you look at a lot of those descendants, right? A lot of those are Irish, a lot of those are Jewish, a lot of those are Italian people who in order for them to assimilate to whiteness had to oppress black people, whether it was through industries like construction, the police force. And a lot of these descendants are the descendants of the people who was doing a lot of those racial massacres during Red Summer. So I don't think these are and these are also the descendants that benefited from the Homestead Act at the expense of Black Americans. So I don't think those descendants will side with us when it comes to reparations over any group, because in order for whiteness to work, right, they don't want to delineate, because if we delineate based off ethnicities across the board when it comes to Europeans, we will be the biggest ethnic group in the United States, right? Like it won't be the Germans, it won't be the Irish, Italians. They are a small percentage, especially like the full bred Germans and Italians. So they gotta group up under whiteness in order for they have to group up under whiteness at the expense of Black Americans. So these are the same descendants that will actually go against our reparations call that's talking about remaining the white majority in the United States and bring more Europeans in and shit like that. So
I'll say this real quick.
I don't know about that.
I'll say this real quick, because I do agree that historically that what you're saying, that's been correct. That's been what it is. That's been correct. But you know, the thing about America is white people in general don't run America. It's a small percentage of white people that run America. Now, you do have bigotry and prejudiced people, but white America is not the ones who's running the ship. Now, to your point, yes, historically.
Be careful, AI. I see where you're going.
Yeah,
walk that line.
I'm not
Be careful, big coach.
I'm gonna just use examples.
Don't do it to him. I know where you want to go.
I'm gonna just use examples. I'm gonna just say examples. So, like I said, one more time, Martin Luther King, he had a movement after the Civil Rights Movement that inherently brung white people and Black people together against the government. Martin Luther King was pressing the government to give out $20 million to every poor community for years, right? Now, that money went to people who were in poverty. That was both for white people and Black people. Martin Luther King, at the end of his death, said bringing Black people in a house without economics was a mistake. So he said, you know what? If I just were to say reparations for Black people, maybe white people wouldn't agree. So let me just frame it with the terminology poverty. So that's a more general term in a more smarter way. And then he went ahead and said anti-war, which was a genius idea because white people were on that kind of timing against the government. See, the thing about America is there's different things that can happen at one time. We can have different problems at one time. It's never just going to be reparation for Black people or not reparations. It's our job as Black Americans, and this is why Martin Luther King was so phenomenal, is because he was able to take advantage of the time to mix in our agenda with the agenda of white people, and that is the blueprint on how you're supposed to do it. We're not just going to say, just give niggas money. We know white people say no to that. Hold on.
Oh, yeah, my bad.
Yeah, we know white people going to say no to that.
I want to respond real quick if that's cool.
Yeah, I'm about to land. We know white people going to say no to that. But when we see it already, what was been done by our ancestor, he mixed it in with some of their problems as well, too, in order to make sure we got it. And that's why he got unalive. My second example that you could go, the Black Panther Party. The Black Panther Party wasn't just Black people. You had other correlations in there, too. It started off as just Black people, yes. They was feeding white kids, too. That's what made them so dangerous. Them after school programs, before school programs weren't just for Black kids. It was for Latino kids, white kids, all kind of kids. So we have never done anything exclusively and for our agenda, and it only was for our agenda. We have to be able to mix our agenda somehow with white America in order to get what we want. We can't just say, just give niggas, because then white people are going to be like, because they got to vote for it too. They have to vote on it too. That's the problem. The problem is the reason why we need white people is because they have to vote on it too. We live in that kind of society. We're not like the Caribbeans in Africa. We just cut niggas' heads off just for no reason. We need to leverage persuasion as well too. But go ahead, Trey.
Yeah, no, I agree with you. So, but if just based off how like history has worked with Black Americans, there's this thing called, social stratification, right? So there's always been a 1% white Anglo-Saxon Protestant, but they always use buffer classes, right? White buffer classes, right? So it's like, okay, we won't give you the white Anglo-Saxon Protestant privilege, right? The 1% privilege, but we'll give you enough privileges to where you feel like you're doing better than Black Americans. So if you look at what happened during like the Bacon's rebellions, right? Black and white people was side by side, and then the 1% gave them an option. Okay, we'll give you guys more privilege than the Black group, as long as you keep them at the bottom. So how reparations work is it will even the playing fields, and how the buffer classes have always worked in the United States under whiteness, right? They don't want to be equal to us. They'll help us, but they won't help us past them. They won't help us be their equal. So the things that you brought up, okay, they're down, and these was a small percentage of white people that wanted to ally with Black Americans.
No.
Let me say this last part. This is the last part.
No, because you're starting to lie now. You can't lie. I got to check you when you lie. It wasn't a small percentage of white people who was backing up MLK.
I was talking about the Black Panther Party. I was talking about MLK.
Oh, but you also got to mention MLK, that hippie movement.
I was talking about
that was nationwide, nigga.
I didn't disagree with the hippie movement. I was talking about the Black. I wasn't talking about Martin King when I was.
Oh, okay. Fred Hampton, that wasn't a small amount of white people.
Let me just say this part though, because this is important though. Because
there was a lot of white girls running around with leather jackets and koofies on.
Yeah.
Berets on their head.
I'm saying how
let them land.
Yeah. So how reparations work is it's to right or wrong, but it's also going to even the playing field. And one thing about poor whites, right, will always make them feel good. They cool with being poor and white, but if they're poor and white and Black people are doing better than them, that shit always led to racial massacres, Red Summers, Ku Klux Klans, right? We know what happened with Birth of a Nation, right? So when it's all said and done, they're gonna always choose their whiteness over Black America for sure.
True. No, hold on. Okay. I'm gonna let y'all talk. I'm gonna say this once again. Historically, that's what it has been. But also historically, what we've seen, our leaders became a biggest threat when they somehow got Black Americans and white Americans to be on the same agenda. That's when they became a threat. So you're not wrong, but at the same time, we still have to understand we have to share America with them. So if we want reparations, we have to do what the blueprint said. to do what the blueprint said, which is somehow make it make sense for them too as well. There has to be a situation where there's like, okay, you want this as white America, well, black Americans want this. Let's figure out how to mix these two things together. And that's what seemed to got more white people on board, whether they were poor, rich, or not. That's what seemed to work.
So what will white people get? Like, all right, let's say
Right now,
let's say
it's
there's a deal
immigration.
between us, right? They be pro reparations. What do you think they're going to want in return?
Oh,
These Ellis Island workers.
They don't give a
Hold
fuck.
on. Let me answer this one question. Perfect. I love this question. What you're seeing right now, exactly in these times right now, both Black America and white America have a problem with immigrants right now. We're both looking at a common thing that bothers both of us right now, to the point where the Democratic Party is seeing that they're losing a lot of black votes. We didn't fall for the Kamala Harris. We didn't fall for the Jasmine Crockett. We're not falling for whoever the fuck is next. Now, on the Republican side, we see them pandering to FBAs. They're mentioning FBA. They're talking about descendants of slavery. They're saying, well, I could call that person a slave because he's not a foundational black American. So it don't mean nothing to them. The pandering is starting. The common interest is starting. The key component I was missing was getting rid of the immigrants because their policies were more important than the policies we wanted. See how right now we're discussing immigration policies? No talks of reparations, just immigration policies. That's it. That's the whole biggest debate right now. That shouldn't matter to black Americans. Why are we talking about this? Because they were put here as a distraction and a buffer class. So now all we talk about is immigrants. That's all politics is about right now. Nothing else.
But you make that makes sense. But see, white America, these folks that's like going against reparations. I mean, not reparations. Going against immigration. When these Hispanics was coming over here in mass and became the second biggest minority group in the United States and past black Americans, they didn't give a fuck about immigration then. All of a sudden, when these Hispanics is finna pass them up, now they want to use black America. They didn't give a fuck about Hispanics passing us up and fucking over our. Hold on. Let me say this. They didn't give a fuck about Hispanics. Fucking up our kids.
Go ahead,
I gotta get them out the paint, dog. Let me tell you something, bro. Let me help you out.
Wait.
Let me.
Hold on, Brad. We gotta let go. Then I'll let you go. You can have the rest, Brad.
I'm about to let you tie him up, Brad. I just wanted. I think he's confused. We think that we can depend on the Ellis Island babies when we were talking about that 1% that you were talking about earlier. And what you're not failing to realize is there is a war that has happened with that 1% and these Ellis Island babies, and they're angry with them because their immigrants are trying to take over. So they do have a reason to align with us at this point, is to save their country.
Yeah, go ahead, man.
Let me say this, and I'm gonna try to be careful.
Great point,
because AI laid down the foundation. You can't get make it more clear than that. As of right now in 2026, the Black American and the heritage white American has the same issue, which is immigration. Not illegal immigration, all immigration. America needs a break. We all want the doors closed. She needs to catch her breath so we can do some in-house cleaning. This is a fact. Now, taking into account what we are doing now on the geopolitical level, those white heritage Americans are losing their mind. In fact, they are waiting on Black Americans to take power and lead this country because the cat is out the bag. And we're the only ones that have a claim and moral credibility to bring this country, bring this country where it needs to go. Let me tell you something. I'm from Texas, right? No. Let me finish my bill. I'm from Texas, dog. And what Black Americans know and what these heritage white Americans know is America is built off of racism. It's the most beautiful thing, the most beautiful gift to America, because that's how this country was built. And when you in Texas, right, you got people that are living right next door to you with the Confederate flag, and you can put your BLM flag up, or you can put your Trump flag up, and I can put my Black Power flag up. You know what keeps us both in check and keeps us saying hello and waving to each other and keeping the peace every day? It's that goddamn Second Amendment. It's that goddamn Constitution. Because as Americans, we're going to always meet there in the middle. So niggas need to get off of the emotional heartstring shit. We beat it already. It's time for you to embrace racism just as much as they do, because that's how business is done in this country. So you're not that emotional heartstring. No, that emotional heartstring shit, nigga, you need to learn how to be more racist. I guarantee you, you will have a better life with your common white racist neighbor. Because the beautiful thing about America is the First Amendment grants you the right to not like a nigga. The First Amendment grants you the right. The First Amendment grants you the right to not like a cracker.
Hey,
the First
hey,
Amendment
hey, Brad,
grants you the right.
Hey, Brad, hold on, Brad, hold on. I had this letter called "I Hate You Too," nigga. I got this letter called "I Hate You Too." I wrote it because if I find out you hate me, nigga, I hate you too, nigga. That go for the Caribbean, whatever you Caribbeans, Africans been saying. I hate you too, nigga. He's right. I have the right to say I hate you. That's why I wrote the letter. I have the right to say, well, I hate your ass too. You hate me, I hate you. I don't hate you first, but I will hate you back, nigga. Right. There you go.
That's what AI. That's what makes this country so great, dog.
There it is.
Think about it, dog. And at this point, you can't do nothing but respect me. You understand what I'm saying? And once you got them on that level, that's what it is right now. But we buy into the heartstring emotional shit. I don't need you to like me. I respect the Constitution just like you do. I'm about this law, and I'm on the government neck. I'm trying to get what's mine, just like you trying to get what's yours. Let's clean house so it can only be me and you here, and it might be a lot more pie on the table. Going back to AI point. We got to clean house, big dog. I yield.
Here we go. Right. So it's about, at the end of the day, it's about negotiating. We're not trying to call truce with these crackers. It's called negotiating. There's always room for negotiation. It's business. There's always room for negotiation. We just have to be good negotiators. That's it. Figure out, what does your enemy want? You always have to figure out what your enemy wants and negotiate. Don't just say, well, they don't like me, so I'm going to just stay over here because they don't like me. Man, fuck that. What you want? What can we agree on? Oh, okay. All right. You want that? I want this. There we go. America is a business. That's what it is.
Let me tell you what I want real quick. I need everybody for the next minute to tap that damn screen. Y'all getting some real good knowledge here. And y'all, man, come on, y'all. Let's hit this screen. Y'all fingers ain't that tired. For this next whole minute, y'all, let's hit this screen.
There we go. I don't press y'all about the screen. I don't be caring about all that shit, but shit, I'm saying so.
Dog, they killed Fred Hampton because he was sitting down with some of the most racist motherfuckers in America. It was getting locked and loaded and get ready to get some shit done. This is what the country is built off of, dog. It's the fabric of our country. You don't have to fucking like me. I'm still here. You're still here. We know what went down. What we doing next? Period, dog.
There it is. Trey, you got something to say to that? Or we're going to let the next talker go?
Yeah. You hear me, bro?
Yeah, I hear you. Yeah.
Oh, my bad. Yeah, so no, but that still don't make, because I agree, like there needs to be a sit down and there needs to be a mutual beneficial, you get this, I get this, right? But I'm saying, right, when it comes to our plight as Black Americans, right, immigration has been weaponized against us since 1967. These folks been coming in our neighborhoods and terrorizing the communities from LA to New York to every major city, every city where there's a sanctuary city, right? These Ellis Island whites didn't give a fuck, right? But then 20, 30 years later, because these people became the majority, the only reason why they want to include us now in terms of immigration is because these immigrants are starting to replace them. But so how business work is, when it comes to our plight, you stand on business, and then when it comes to your plight, we stand on business when it comes to you. But when it's only one-sided, right? These niggas wasn't doing shit in Southern California when these people was firebombing Black American homes and shit like that. They was actually being silent to the shit, right?
Okay, hold on. Hold on. I'm about to ask you a direct question so we can move the panel forward. So Trey, enough with the complaining. What would you like for us to do?
How's that? Pointing out that there's no real allyship is not complaining.
Because you're reciting history that we know, but we're talking about what we're going to do now. So my question is,
siding with them for immigration is not them. That doesn't mean that they're going to side with us doing reparations. Like, how did y'all get that?
So all right. So hold on.
We don't need them to side with us.
Hold on. So you have no
solution. The premise of the conversation.
Wait. So you have no solution. Your only thing is saying, nah, nigga, they not gonna give you nothing. That's all you're saying right now. Nah, nigga, they not gonna give you nothing, nigga. So they haven't done it in the past, so why even say anything to them? So you want us to ignore the fight for reparations?
How did you get that from the conversation?
Because how the fuck else you gonna get it? The white people, they gotta vote on it.
You said, bro, did you hear your logic? You said that we have a common enemy, which is immigration, right? I'm saying that it was only common when the immigrants was coming to started to replace them. When they was when they replaced us as the second biggest group in the United States, these Ellis Island.
Can I clarify something from him, please?
All right, fuck it, y'all got it.
He not understanding. I don't know what you're not. I understand all that. So after all that you just said, what else are we supposed to do? What else are we supposed to do after all?
In terms of reparations or immigration? Which the question? Okay, so immigration that has nothing to do with reparations, bro. Us siding with white people.
It's a combo pack. That's a lie.
Us siding with white people for immigration doesn't mean that they're going to side with us on reparations.
Niggas embezzle 250.
Okay.
Like what?
Trey. The same people that you just said have nothing to do with reparations are the same motherfuckers who went against reparations. Wes Moore, the governor of Maryland, Baltimore, he said no. Brian Donalds, a Panamanian Jamaican nigga, said why would we need to give it to them when we don't get none as Jamaicans and Caribbeans? So the same people you're saying have nothing to do with reparations went against the shit. And now all we're doing is talking about
Ellis Island white people. They went against reparations as well, bro.
Oh, y'all.
Are y'all comprehending?
Because this is where he's getting confused.
Okay. One more time, Trey. This is your last time because you're not answering my question. On the topic of reparations, what do we do then?
Okay, so what we do is we sit down and we say, yo, what do we have to do for you guys in order for you to side with reparations, like you were saying earlier? I'm saying,
who's you guys?
It doesn't matter who it is. Anybody that's in position of power.
There's only two motherfuckers in America, nigga. It's only white and black people. You know who the fuck we talking about.
Nigga, okay, so I'm talking about white people. So we sit down with white people. All right, cool. So I'm telling you that all of them are anti-reparations regardless of what we listen, because that will even the playing field. They don't want to even the playing field. So there's nothing us siding with them doing immigration is not gonna have them side with reparations. That doesn't make any fucking sense, bro. Like how are you getting us sided with them with immigration?
Wait, brother. Did you answer my question? What do we have to do? You said we had to sit with white people, right?
Yes.
End of the conversation.
So I'm saying, what are they
hit that boy with the sun, moon, and the stars?
I'm not understanding.
They hit him. Yo, when y'all do that, that's me on my side.
What the fuck?
Let me tell you why.
No, because he's getting confused with the old stock in the Ellis Islanders. That's
y'all gotta stop that.
And I want to clarify that.
That's right.
I'm gonna learn to do that galaxy shit. I like
nigga get hit with the whole universe. That's crazy.
Hey. That's money on the nigga head.
Real quick.
I saw that. I heard that talk about the galaxy shit, and I saw that shit happen. I was like, oh.
Yeah. Anyways.
Let me say this real quick. Hey,
Go ahead.
We sat up here for 20 minutes and had a conversation that he was off on. And the reason he was off on it, he thought we were saying that we need to align with the Ellis Island babies. And we kept trying to tell him, no, that's another group of immigrants who the old stock white folk are like, nah, we brought y'all over here to do something. Now y'all trying to take the country from us. We don't need you no more. But he didn't understand that. He thought we were saying that we need to go sit down with the Ellis Island babies, and the only reason they on our side now is because they want. No, that's not what we were saying. So y'all was trying to explain something to him that he didn't even understand what you were saying in the beginning, and that's why we kept going in circles. And that's why I kept slowing y'all, trying to slow everybody up and say, hold on. He doesn't even understand the conversation. He came in here blinded, and he was talking about something totally different than y'all was talking about. So basically, he's still not going to get it because he didn't understand, and y'all just wasted 20 minutes.
But it's he had an asinine angle because even in geopolitics, because his angle was like, well, they don't like you, they hate you, they'll never give you nothing.
Yeah,
you know how many countries hate each other, but they still motherfucking allies?
Do business, at least.
They do business, nigga. This is America. You don't have to like me.
You don't.
And that was the thing I was trying to say, is that the neighborhood was saying is that he got confused with the Ellis Island babies and not the 13 colony babies. That's what the old stock is. The old stock is actually more in favor of us getting reparations or more willing to work with us. That was the problem. I wanted to clarify that. So when you're saying
hold on, FBA Illinois. And we can't ignore the fact that we got the damn reparations. We already got the damn
exactly, and it was under the old stock Americans, not the Ellis Islanders. Because that's what I'm saying.
I didn't bring up no damn Ellis Island. That was these people. Neighborhood did. FBA Illinois. I didn't bring no Ellis Island.
No one brought it up, but we were talking. But like when we're saying white tea people, we're talking about old stock when it comes to our reparations, because those are the people that are willing to work with us. That's who we have to negotiate with, not the Ellis Islanders. Because if that was the case, why would there be a delineation movement for the old stock Americans for the Ellis Island immigrants? That doesn't make any sense. What are we talking to the Ellis Island babies for?
Great point, FBA Illinois.
Us and the old stock Americans, y'all, are both colonial Americans. No matter how you look at it, we were here. But so that's what we were trying to get him to understand. But he thought you were talking about some Ellis Island babies. We're all colonial Americans. The FBAs, I don't call myself that. I'm a freedman, but the freedmen and the old white, we're colonials, y'all. Point blank, period.
Anyways, let's stop hogging the panel. Let's get Scorpio going.
No. Go ahead, Scorpio,
whoever that is. Yeah, why don't you go brush your yellow teeth?
Don't you got some booty cheeks to rub, nigga? Don't Jamaica close? Don't the whole island Jamaica close past 8 o'clock? Some shit. Yeah. Once the sun go down, y'all ain't got no more lights. Nigga, it's time for you to go to bed. Nigga, get up out of here. I thought Jamaica be closed. I thought the whole island be gone after 8 o'clock. God damn. Anyways, who's next? Tasha, I think you had a question, man.
Well, let Leg go. What's her name at the top? Go first.
Leg guy. Go ahead, Leg guy.
My brother.
I know you've been begging to get on here.
Man. So I'm gonna go as quick as I can because I got to go. I got to take the little one. But touching on old boy, right? I in my mind, I'm thinking that because he kept saying, what's in that for them? What's in that for them? Well, there's a way to sit down and approach that, right? And in my mind, he's under the same
I'm ready to go.
Mind frame that a lot of people are under, thinking that Black Americans have no buying power, right? Also thinking that reparations has not been given to Blacks. And I was glad you had brought that up. Now, let's not forget, them people in Rosewood, Florida got paid. Tuskegee syphilis got paid. Chicago recently is trying to do, it passed. They're
Evanston,
passing
Illinois.
New York's doing the same thing, tax break for Black Americans, you know. And let's not forget the other people who got their form of reparations. The Bracero program with the Cubans, the Cuban refugee program, the Cuban Adjustment Act, Operation Pedro plan. Let's not forget that.
Hold on.
So I want to break this down. Hold on, because I was real patient. I want to break this down real quick. Currently in America, and this is just Black Americans, and I got these numbers from the Federal Reserve. We have a GDP of $2.1 trillion, but we're 14% of the population. So you break that down. This is how you break that down. So at 14% of the population of 380 million Americans, for us to be producing $2.1 trillion, they love to throw per capita at us. So per capita, goddammit, we are responsible for about $30.6 trillion per capita of the economy here. So put that in smaller or easier terms. If we were a country, if the Black Americans were a country, our buying power would rank number 10 in the world. And that is equivalent to the entire Canada. That's what we would do. So what would be in it for them is money. People love money. That's what would be in it for them. Black people are amongst the top Black Americans are amongst the top consumers in this country. Don't forget, Black Americans saved Cadillac. Cadillac is only around because of Black Americans.
Mm-hmm.
We are of the top consumers in this country. So what's in it for them is money. That's what's in it. And not just money, but it's money staying in America. It's not money going back to this country and that country and that country. And furthermore, I also got this number from the Federal Reserve. Since 2010, Black American wealth has actually increased in this country over 50%. Only 20%.
Whoa. We got to be careful with those stats, brother.
Yes, sir. Only 20%. Hear this out. Only 20% of Black Americans live below the poverty level in this country.
So the reason why I said we have to be careful with that rhetoric that they keep trying to pump out about the stats is because they oftentimes will try to act like we could just pull ourselves up by our bootstraps. But you can't. There's no such thing. We can't pull ourselves from the bootstraps when we had 200 years, when they had a 200-year head start. So if we're increasing, they're also increasing too. It's not just we're just growing and nobody else is. And we got to be careful with that. We got to keep making sure we understand we're last on the wealth gap, and there is no way to catch up until reparation is given, no matter how hard
I'm not saying we don't need them.
But
I'm saying that to make my point of if we get them, then we would even more increase of where we are. Now, I purposely took those numbers from the Federal Reserve for a reason, because the Federal Reserve is not federal. It is a private entity. It is not the government, but it is who owns America. So I took those numbers from them rather than the U.S. Treasury, which is the government. You feel? So what I'm saying, brother, I'm saying that if we are moving like this with what we got now, if we got that, you understand what I'm saying? There's no way you could sit down.
We'll contribute a lot to America.
There you go.
Reparations.
There you go, my bro.
Yeah,
there you go.
That makes sense. Yes, because we spend the most in America. Like we spend the most.
They're giving the most to other people that's not American.
Right.
And we still making it.
When it comes to a government assistance, you know what I'm saying? I'm in Houston right now, man. I was like, shit. I rolled down the streets, these motherfuckers flying all kind of flags. And I'm like, what the fuck, and then I had to deal with some, you know what I'm saying, with our brothers, being unalive, you know what I'm saying, to serve this country, to protect, you know what I'm saying, for everybody to have their own mindset, and, you know what I'm saying, and way of talking, and they out here flying like, I did not settle with me. It did not settle with me. I got
hold on, Black Jennings. Hold on, let me let Black, you got a lot of, I'm sorry, today. It's Friday, it's got no big time on Friday. Black issues, talk to me, what's going on?
Man, y'all got me, man, again, about to take it down on y'all niggas. I'm just gonna listen, man. Oh man, going I want to take it to you earlier, man. But I hear everybody saying, man. But the last brother said it makes a lot of sense. But like you said, you gotta be careful, with those percentages, man. And I'm gonna land right there.
Appreciate that, brother. All right, I guess we're gonna end the night with Big Grass. Big Grass.
Yo, what's up, family?
What's going on?
Chilling, man. Yo, question, man. Cause I really wanna support the reparations. Like, what could I do as a Haitian
Hurry up before this galaxy comes.
Please someone drop a galaxy.
Wait. Let's just hear him out.
over here saying like,
hold on. Let's just hear him out. Big Grass, why do you want to help Black Americans?
Yo, get your reparations, man. Get what's owed to y'all. You feel me?
Okay. All right.
So what can I do? Like, you know what I mean?
Stop arguing with Black Americans about some Haitian shit and what y'all doing over here off of our backs. That's number one.
Please.
Got one for you too, Big Grass. Let your Haitians know we don't hate them. We just love ourselves and we trying to get our business together. That's it, bro. And to stay out of our business while we dealing with our business over here. Ain't no hate. We just need to take care of something. Y'all need to sit to the side.
Respect, man. Respect. I think the neighborhood, he always coming with some. I feel like he's more level-headed than a lot of FBA people I see. But
and that shit right there. The little you Haitians love this.
I'm just saying, bro. Like,
hold on. You Haitians. This is why we don't trust you Haitian niggas. Y'all got this history of these back-end compliments. Like y'all would say one thing, but then be sneaky on the other. We don't trust you niggas. We really don't trust y'all. Like you Haitians, you guys have a real loyalty problem. No, for real, you guys do have a loyalty issue. You have a problem with
what was the brother name who said that?
Who?
That was a beautiful way he said that. The brother who just said we got some stuff we need to take care of. I want to follow him. What was his name?
The neighborhood.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah, he be speaking.
Yeah. So the problem with you Haitians is you guys have a way of like acting like you fuck with somebody, but you really don't. We don't really play them kind of games, especially not over here on Black America. You'll get your head chopped off for that shit.
I want to answer his question because I didn't get a chance to answer. He asked, because I heard it in his voice, well, what can I do? I heard the oopty-wopness in his voice. I just want to play this for him. Excuse me.
What that mean?
Excuse me.
What's the oopty-wop, sir?
You were condescending when you asked the question, but I'm going to answer your question.
Do y'all want me to be?
I want to answer your question, brother.
Go ahead.
I'm going to answer your question. Let's roll tape.
Mr. X, hi. I've read some of your speeches, and I honestly believe that a lot of what you have to say is true. And I'm a good person in spite of what my ancestors did. I wanted to ask you, what can a white person like myself, who isn't prejudiced, what can I do to help you and further your cause?
Nothing.
What can a white person like myself, who isn't prejudiced, what can I do to help you and further your cause?
Nothing.
Did you hear that, Haitian brother?
Okay, so you chose to.
Hey, Breadman, but remember, I think Malcolm X went back and said he probably should have never said that.
The great words of Malcolm. Follow your first mind.
Follow your first mind. Yeah, I mean, shit. Big Grass, I mean, y'all didn't come to America to help us out, so the best thing y'all could do is
true, bro. That's not true, man.
What you came to America for?
We came to America to be with our cousins, bro. Our Black American cousins.
To do what with your cousins, nigga? None of that.
That's gaslighting.
Yeah, none of that.
That gaslighting, bro. Like, y'all
I got a Haitian for you. I got a Haitian for you right now.
Who?
I got a Haitian for you right now. I think she will handle you perfectly just fine. She just came on my panel, and I'm so impressed with her.
Oh my God, she wasn't even Haitian.
Guz Mander, please.
She's a fraud, bro.
Please.
Yeah. Oh well, my thing is this. Like I said, I do agree when I would say FBA say that we black, right? Because the truth is this right here. Only person who called themselves black was us. We know why everybody else wasn't calling themselves black. Just like we know when they come over here, why they call themselves black too. Now, there's two reasons for that. One, like you said, they know if they call themselves black, when it comes to certain benefits, they can get it. I understand that. Okay, we see all that. Then we also know the other part of it is when the police or certain people run up on you and they see us, they gonna say, okay, well, you black. Now they should
wait, stop. No, stop. They that's not how they think, man. I don't know why we like. How do you know the mind of a white racist police officer? Like, yo, dude, you're talking about. Look, you went from black as a status, as a nationality, as an ethnicity, to black as a color. My God, there's Indians. You ever are you up north?
No, I told you I'm in South Carolina.
Okay, have you ever lived up north, like over where we at?
I'm in Patterson, New Jersey.
Okay, yeah, right. So you never? How long ago was that?
God. Oh,
Well, I ain't been to Jersey since my brother that was 2 years ago.
Shut up.
Sorry to hear. Yeah, so then you know.
All right, let me end that. Damn, man, this goddamn appointment took forever. This thing was organized horribly wrong, like just ridiculously organized. People who got there hours late than you got in front of you. Supposed to be by. Are you serious? He want to know how to steal it. Yeah, all right. So let me switch my accounts. I get the FBAs, the people who are new here. Your FBA ADOS. If you're from the lineage, let it be known. I give you a wrench, a lineage wrench is what I call it. Let me put the link in the chat in case somebody want to pull up. Maybe want to say something. Maybe want to add to the conversation. Maybe want to debate. I say I argue a little differently from everybody else because I think I'm the most studied on this subject. I say that we are the only Black people because we are the only ones who are Black ethnically. Everybody else are Black racially because of white man. When you're Black racially, that means you're only Black because a white man said you are. That's called exonymic Black. So everybody outside of Foundation Black Americans, they are exonymic Black. Exonymic means they became Black because an outsider says so. They themselves didn't call themselves Black, and they still don't. They are from countries that aren't Black. They have a flag, it ain't Black. They have a language, it ain't Black. They have all of what they do. Let's just throw one out there. Nigeria, right? Their politics are Nigerian. They're not Black. Their banks are Nigerian. Their army are Nigerian armies. You know, everything about this Nigerian hospitals, Nigerian doctors, nothing about Nigeria is Black. So they're not ethnically Black. Okay, ethnically mean you are that. It's part of all your society. Like these guys are conveniently Black, exonymic Black racially. They come to, and only in America, and they're only Black on paper. So, but that's some on form Black stuff. So they're exonymically Black, meaning the white man made them Black. The white man says so, so they are. But they're not homegrown like us. We are, when I say us, Foundation Black Americans, we are homegrown Black. So yeah, so anybody, the link is in the chat for anybody to join. Okay. So the way, if y'all want to argue this, right, then just say this. Say to, if you're talking to somebody who's cosplaying as one of us, right, and they're confused, you just tell them, are you ethnically Black? Okay, and that question proposed like that is going to trip them up. Because they're going to say, what you mean by ethnically Black? Like, what does ethnically mean? What does ethnic mean? You dig? And then you could even, if you want to be funny, you could say, are you ethnically Black or racially Black? If you want to get right to the point. Me, I like to play with them, beat them up a little bit. But if you want to get right to the point, then ask them, give them the two options. Are you ethnically Black or racially Black? Now, obviously, they never heard of ethnically Black, so they're going to choose the racial Black category box or whatever. And you say, exactly, you are Black on paper in America. You know, not in society, not in your homeland, not across the world. If you have a passport, it ain't going to be Black. It's going to be Nigerian. It's going to be Jamaican. It's going to be Haitian. It won't be Black on that at all. Nothing about you is Black, except for you getting benefits that was intended for Foundation Black Americans. That's the only way you'll be Black, and that Black is a cosplaying Black. It's not homegrown. It's not authentic. You're not from the lineage. You're not from the 400-year plus slave lineage, Jim Crow, and et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. No way you can be. There's no way you can be Black if you're not from that. So Foundation Black Americans, we are ethnically Black, and that's the Black that matters, right? That's the only Black.
So we are far removed from the white man saying we're black, so we're black, or the white man saying we're anything. It's not how that works. The white man don't get to name people like he did, back in the 1600s. You gotta understand, we have a different world perspective. We have a different world experience than people of Africa and the people from the Caribbean. Jamaica, original indigenous name was Zaimaka, right? Zaimaka, Xaymaca. That's what they named it. That's what the indigenous people named that land. The whitey man, the British came by and said, "Nah, we're gonna make that Zaimaka Jamaica." So they whitewashed it, and they renamed the people and called them Jamaicans. And you sort of say disempowered them by renaming them. So if the one way to show you don't have power is to be renamed, re-identified. All right. So we want the Jamaicans to take their name back. When somebody name you, especially your colonizers, that's an exonym. That means outsiders renamed you for ill purposes, not because it's in your best interest. All right. So the same people, the British went to those same people went to Africa. Okay. Seen all those tribes, different tribes, Warren, they call it. The whitey man said, "No, sir, we ain't want to hear about that. You can't work alongside of him. He can't, because y'all got these tribal beefs." White man said, "Nah, screw all that. Y'all gonna get down, get low, and get those resources for us. Y'all ain't no longer tribal. Y'all all are Nigerian." Okay. So that, again, the whitey man named them Nigerian. Until today, they're Nigerians. We don't have that history. The whitey man called us Negro and colored, okay, for some time. And the minute we fought, right, the 1960s civil rights fight, we fought for respect, acknowledgement, and empowerment. We empowered ourselves, and part of empowering yourself is to name yourself. We said we are black, okay? There's nobody on earth calling themselves black as their primary name of their ethnicity, okay? We're the only ones. Everybody else already named themselves. They call themselves Igbo, Asante, Ghanaian, all type of stuff. We chose black. Okay, we didn't choose Ghanaian, we didn't choose Asante, we didn't choose Igbo. We didn't steal nobody's name. We didn't call ourselves Haitian or Brazilian. We chose black, a name that wasn't taken. Okay, we went to name search, we typed in black, we pressed enter, it said not taken. We said, okay, give me that. We made it lit. We became ethnically black because we tied blackness in all our institutions, all of our ideas, all of our goals, achievements, and struggles. So it's called the Black Civil Rights Movement. It's called the Black Panthers, okay? And our activisms. We raised the fist. Jesse Owens over there in Germany, that's called the Black Fist, right? We got the Afros. All that stuff was ethnical. Like, we started all that stuff, okay? Saying we're black and proud. Black was seen as something undesirable. So nobody in their right mind would call themselves black and take on that negative connotation. Black Americans, we rewrote history. We said we're going to do something unfathomable. We're going to take a name that's historically known as, associated with bad things. And we said we're going to make this thing be here going forward. We're going to make it be associated with great things and great achievements and resilience and fighting and winning, all that type of stuff. And we did that. And as a result, we have more people now in the late 2000s saying, wow, they made that black thing something powerful, something desirable, went from undesirable to desirable. And that's why nobody was calling themselves black, because it was an undesirable term. They rather call themselves Igbo and all that type of stuff, Jamaican. And we said, okay, we'll take black. We're going to show you how to do this. We're going to take an undesirable name, term, and make it desirable, make it a coveted name. And that's where you see it right now. Now, everybody's black all of a sudden. Now, hold on. I'm jumping forward. Before that, before the hijack of black, or the attempted hijack of black, these same people tried to take it from us and try to tell us we're not black because of a funny DNA test. You know, a entertainment only DNA test. They said based on that test, we're not black. So they told us we're not black. The people who are now trying to hijack black told us we weren't black. We were African. And when that finesse didn't work, when we stayed 10 toes on we're black, those same people came around and dropped African and started to call themselves black. So are you Pan-African in 2026 Africans, or are you Pan-Blackian? You dig? Like, what's going on? You Pan-Black, Pan-African? Like, what's going on? You dig? So we didn't fall for that bait and switch. We're not black, we're African because of a DNA test. We didn't fall for that. That little destiny swap. So they said, all right, well, you know what? We're just going to take it from you then. Oh, all right, screw. All right, look, we're black too. As a matter of fact, we're the blacks. Like, no, sir. You're exonemically black. The white man made something up. A racist white people made up a racial construct, race called race, where they made a hierarchy of a pecking order of the racial groups. White on top, and everything else in the middle, and the black race on the bottom. They grouped everybody up in spite of the differences. All right, and then say y'all all black. Screw this FBA stuff. Screw this, that, and that. Y'all just black. And we like, oh, no, 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 no. We all ain't just black. No, we are different, and we did different things. We did some things. Well, we did great things. They did their thing, whatever that could be. And no, you ain't gonna lump us up all together for your convenience. So we want the people of the diaspora and Africans to be proud to be African, to be proud to be Caribbean, right? And while we be proud to be black, but be yourself. Okay, the Nation of Islam used to teach the best 6 words ever is accept your own and be yourself. Not be Foundation Black Americans. So we are the only blacks in that sense. In the sense where we named ourselves black, that's the only name that we chose. And you guys chose your names. You can't double back now and say, you know what? Yeah, Jamaican wasn't good enough. I'm black now. Or yeah, Haiti wasn't a term we should have chose. We're black. Yeah, Nigerian, Zimbabwean, Congolese, Sudanese, all these terms, Somali. Yeah, that term wasn't as great as we thought. We're black. Nope, not having that. We are delineating, right? So whatever piece of the word black you want to hold on racially, as we delineate, it's going to naturally take that from you. Okay, so that's what delineation does. It naturally pulls the black rug up under your feet and leave you standing on the Jamaican rug, the Caribbean rug, the African rug that you should have been standing on the whole time. You dig? And then from there, this aggregation, we're going to see the numbers, the raw numbers, and we're going to demand that things be a compensation, reparations, all those things be preserved and explicitly put aside for the people that has historical ties to U.S. chattel slavery, right? And as you can see, everybody I talk to about this, what they all say, oh, that makes sense. That makes sense. Yeah, it's a little different. It's a little different when it's explained. When you do real thorough research behind this word black, we're talking about the etymology. We're talking about how it was applied. We're talking about the different languages. Yeah, when you do thorough research on this word black, you'll see the same thing I see. And it won't be hard to, explain it when you're talking to non-people who take on the word black, who hijack black. So right now, have fun with it. Go ahead and keep checking that form, because that won't last long. And that's why we said, okay, black is on hold. We are foundationally black. We are foundational black Americans. So whatever black you are, yeah, you're stuck in that racial category. We're foundational black. We're in that ethnic. We're putting ourselves in that ethnic category by ourselves. Because you'll let Boo Boo the Fool fool you to say, hey, we all black, but meanwhile, they can hop out that black bucket and be Jamaican. How about that black bucket and be Haitian? You know, how about that black bucket and just delineate altogether? Because they have delineating terms. Ethnicities, right? Ethnicities. They have delineating ethnicities. We, according to them, we don't. We're just racially black, which means nothing. That means you're lumped up with people from different backgrounds, different historical backgrounds, different nation backgrounds, from different country backgrounds, even continental. The fuck? Goofy. Gotta be illegal. Knew it. Goofy. Yeah, so y'all want to have that conversation, you might want to click that link. So I'm definitely going to try to decide, should I wait to cook on this in depth on TikTok? Because I think I get more success on TikTok in the morning than this time evening. And I was really trying to get out this damn meeting earlier. It just wasn't going to happen. And every time I force a live, it never becomes a good live. So I didn't have a chance to look at any super chats. And if you super chatted, thank you in advance. And I didn't have a chance to look at any cash apps. If you cash app, thank you for that in advance. All right. Still haven't. I'm driving now. Haven't had a chance to even ate nothing. Had a cup of coffee this morning, and that was it. So ribs is touching. Ribs is touching. Let me put the link back in chat to chop it up with the family, or chop it up with people who think we're not the only black people. And when I discussed with those people about who's black and who's not, you see the conversation was professional. Wasn't cussing nobody out. Wasn't calling by Tethers over and over and over. How that song go? I work, baby. I get the job done. You feel me? I just got the job done. All that extra talk, I let them have that on TikTok. All that debating and cussing each other out. And you see, half those dialogues on black was people. Well, the two women were definitely from TikTok. You could tell they were young, under 30, and I was able. They both Guyanese, ironic, coincidentally, and I was able to both conceded, like, yeah, you're right. And I was like, you know, the most you can be associated with black is like honorary black, like. And she's like, okay. I said, oh, but even that is deserved. You ain't just honorary black. Can you stamp yourself? That's up to FBA. FBA's got to make you honorary black. Like, for example, Lord Jamal is not FBA. Lord Jamar is not FBA. But some of us say that he's honorary black. Godfrey's up and down. I don't know how you feel about that. So I ain't gonna make a call on Godfrey. He's up and down. But Lord Jamar, many would say is honorary black. He's not foundational at all. He's Caribbean. Think Guyanese. Yeah. So and like my friends in real life, they're Guyanese. They're kind of thorough. It looks like Guyanese, and but you know what's crazy? They're not really Caribbean. Like they are. If you heard my dialogue with the people from Guyana, are actually South American, so they're not true Caribbean people. And I wonder if that plays into why they come off more thorough. I don't know. That's just my experiences. Y'all got your own experiences, if y'all have any. You dig? Let me see. If you are FBA, you don't have a wrench. This is the time to say something in the chat so I can wrench you up before I get tied up with my hands. You dig? Oh, I think is Fountain of Finesse. I think he's a FBA, so I'm gonna give you a Lineage wrench. All right, just go ahead and like the video. Make sure everybody like the video. I haven't even been active like that. You dig? Oh my God. I left out the house. It was like kind of decent, like 70 degrees barely. Had shorts and a t-shirt. Man, it gotta be like 58, 55 with wind. Okay. So I'm passing. Make sure. Stay right there. Don't you come out. Yeah, so I would, if you want to, let people know that they're not Black in the most professional way, and you want to get a response from them, just give them the two questions. Hey, you could set it up like, hey, are you Black? They're gonna say, yeah. Say your homeland, like where your homeland. And because they said they're Black, they might tell you their homeland next. Hey, I'm from Jamaica. Okay. So in Jamaica, you call yourself Black, they're gonna lie. Yeah. Okay. Now, are y'all Black ethnically in Jamaica or racially? And that's when you got them, because they gotta say racially. And it's like, well, damn, y'all got a race category in Jamaica? I don't think so. Every race category is Walter Plecker, my guy. That's America. Like, there's no race category in Jamaica I know of, and if it is, it's borrowed from Walter Plecker. It's borrowed from whitey people, the Blooming Box. Yeah, so you guys, if you're Black racially, then you're Black exonymically, which simply means you're Black because the white man said so. You never called yourself Black. And look, don't let them play with words. Oh, we were called Negro. Negro means Black. No, that's not how that works, my guy. That's not how that works. It's not how a word directly translates. It's how the word was applied. Because when a white man says, hey, can you, like, for example, I could say, hey, what's up, my boy? Right? Ain't boy just boy? A young kid, adolescent, or younger than that. And then a white man can say, hey, watch where you're going, boy. Now, we know that boy has the same definition. When I say my boy, or the white man say, watch where you're going, boy. Now, that word has the same definition according to these haters. But it was applied differently. Now, we know how the white man applied it, and the white man, and we know how I apply boy. So that's why a direct translation never works. And do you know, even in Spanish, see, when you study different languages, like you would know that even in Spanish, if I say tengo hambre, that's translated in English as I'm hungry. But that's not what it says in Spanish. In Spanish, you said I have hunger. Okay. Here's another one. If you sneeze in America, English language, you say God bless you, right? And we know that stems from the bubonic plague days. But in Spanish, they say salud. But they would say salud translate to God bless you. And we'll say, okay, well, let's break down salud. Where in the word salud you got God or bless or you? Not there. It means cheers. So that's why direct translations, that's not how they work, buddy. See, so salud means cheers, right? Tengo hambre means I have hunger, but it's applied differently. When you say salud after a sneeze, it's applied as God bless you, right? And when you say tengo hambre in Spanish, it's applied as you're saying I am hungry. I got many more. They're called idioms. They're called idioms. Somewhat. I think. Don't get me lying on that one. But cause I know raining cats and dogs is an idiom. I'm not sure if those are idioms. Don't misquote me on that one. But if y'all get what I'm saying, so you can't take a translation just simply say, hey, this translates to this. No, it's how it's applied. That's the bottom line. It's how it's applied. And Negro was a term that the Portuguese and some later Europeans like British was calling people, and they had their own definition on that. And it ain't just simply means you're dark skinned. All right. That thing meant you were dark skinned and because you're dark skinned, you're inferior. And because you're dark skinned, we can enslave you legally. And because you're dark skinned, we don't have to look at you as a human, a full human. Okay? Not simply, oh, it translates as black. No, sir. That's not how it was applied, my guy. It was applied as inferior. So, these words have implications on it. And you got to be able to infer. That's why, like, people, when they call in, they're expected to go one way, but they go a whole different way. It's like, yeah, I know you never talked to a guy like me before. What happened to that echo chamber that you guys say we all do? What happened to the Tariq Nasheed talking points that we all supposedly take? Yeah, well, I never heard Tariq Nasheed say none of what I just explained. Yeah, I killed that narrative. The echo chamber, we just repeat Tariq Nasheed. All right, call in. Call in with that mentality. See what happens to you. Well, Barry Bond, you'll be Barry Bonded. Smack you out the park. Home run. I had folks actually call up. I had folks actually call up, like believing that we just the echo chamber. We just repeat Tariq Nasheed. So I'm gonna go get it. Yeah, okay, okay. Tariq Nasheed he said, okay, well, call in his live and handle that with him. Discuss that with him. I didn't say that. Talk to me what I said. Okay, well, what you say, Unbiased Ron? You ain't black. Tariq don't say that. He ain't there yet. But I say that. 10 toes in my chest. With my chest. All of my chest. You ain't black. If you're not a foundation black American, you ain't black. You're not ethnically black. You dig? You ain't black. And you can only be black ethnically, not some made up term, some made up racial category to undermine black Americans. No, sir, we're not accepting that. That's why we telling the whitey man, our government, the OMB, like, hey man, you gotta disaggregate that. Or we're gonna pull straight out of that. We ain't checking that box at all. Dig? Or all they got to simply do is just put another word. Take off black, take off African American, just put a whole different word there. Like I say, people of African descent. That word you could leave right there. Because everybody who checked black and African American could almost check that, especially all those immigrants. They all can check that box. Dig? And we'll check the black box alone. Let them check that people of African descent box, since they all want to be African, and we will alone check that black box. I am hungry, family. I feel bad because I'm just now getting back home. Like I'm almost home, and it was a kind of decent day. My son throwing his coat, jacket, whatever, hoodie, and go to the park. It's like he could still go now, but I doubt it if any kids are there. I doubt it. Yeah, so the videos I played was discussion. So I play those interactions often, so you guys can learn how to like hear the rebuttals where they're gonna go. So if you guys want to join this activism, right? You want to spread the message. Hey, the only black people are foundation Black Americans. Well, I got more videos that I didn't put together yet. But I want to do. Sometimes I just want to play the live where I'm just cooking people on how they're not black, and you guys can get used to the rebuttals they had and how I handle all those rebuttals. And you can see their confusion. Like, you mean racially black, right? Okay. You know that's an exonym, right? What's an exonym? That means your daddy called you black. You didn't call yourself black. Shame God. Well, here, click the link. Look, here. Shame God, click the link. I'm going to explain it if you got any questions. So my job is to make it clearly understood, right? So sometimes, sometimes people could talk over people because we don't know what you know already, right? So then you ask the questions in between what I didn't cover or didn't say, as you came in, and I will explain that. So shame God, click the link and let me explain what I mean. So we can like dialogue. You can ask questions as I explain. I think that's how I usually make sense to people. It's the dialogue. Because sometimes, okay, are you trying to say this? Like you said, are you trying to say we're not black? And I'm saying sort of. So click the link, and you don't got to turn your camera on. You could be anonymous. You're just a voice, but your voice is going to be used to edify anybody who had the same question as you amongst yourselves. So I think Shame God is clicking and he joined it now. I appreciate that. Okay. So after Shame God, I might have to end at the Shame God because I've been going all day. I got my mom watching my son. She's mad as hell. I would have been home. All right, so we got Shame God in the building. Shame God, you must be from New York. Shame God. You can unmute Shame God. Are you from New York?
What's good? What's good, bro?
Great. You from New York?
No, I stay in Maryland.
Okay, cause you had the Shame God. Okay. So now you said am I saying who you think I'm saying is not black?
I thought you were saying. I thought when I came in at the wrong time. I thought you were saying that foundation. You're saying that foundational Black Americans shouldn't refer to ourselves as black. We should use another name. That's what I thought you were saying.
No. I'm saying we're the only people who should be saying we're black. Nobody else should be saying that. Should come out nobody else's mouth.
Right, and that's when I heard you say that. I think I came in at the wrong time. I didn't when you said it. I got confused. I was like, oh, okay, yeah.
Sounds
Sure.
it's actually disrespectful for other people to say they're black, like because they're contributing to the paper genocide that's happening amongst Black Americans. Like white people are trying to lump everybody as black, so we could be disqualified for things that is owed to black people. Because if other people are, go ahead.
No, as far as that goes, me and you know, a lot of the people listening, everybody in the community knows on a day-to-day interaction with people that are not from America, as far as people from the Caribbean or people from Africa, they distance themselves from that word. They do not like being called black. Even when I'm on YouTube and I'm on different people's like YouTube lives and like I say I'm a black American, I'm always coming in with peace. I follow a lot of people from Africa. You know, I like seeing their day to day. You know, nothing. You know, no trolling or anything. Like I'm legit. Like you know, I like to see. They don't like the word black, and like we joke about it. We go back and forth, but it's like they don't like it, and they say that. And I hear it time and time again. They say that it's what's the word? It's unique to America that we associate ourselves with a color. They always say that like they don't look at themselves as black because they're Igbo or they're whatever their tribe is or they're such and such. You know what I mean? So I mean it's interesting. Like, but like you said,
look,
like
the way I explain it to them, and that I say stop looking at black as a color. Look at black as a name like Igbo. Like, what does Igbo mean? Like, what they got to do with Africa? Y'all just made it up, right?
Right, but like me personally, when I get into it, and I always leave it flat blank. Even with the brother I work with, who's from Jamaica, I always say because he comes at me with the same thing. I always say, okay, y'all don't look at it like y'all different. Y'all distance yourselves from the word black. But guess what? We're in America. You're here working with me, nigga. Like I'm black. I'm saying I'm black. That's what it is. Like yes, it's different from what y'all do, but it's us. We're black. We're claiming it. That's just what it is. It's really not even no argument. That's why I don't. Sometimes I get confused when people go back and forth with people because it's like, what is there to argue about? We're black. We're saying we're black. That's the end of the discussion.
But now if you want to have like to go in a little deeper, because sometimes it's like it's your coworker. Why not say, hey, you're looking at the English word black as a color. Like I just said, like you can like when it comes to identifying yourself, you can call yourself Ninja Turtles, but that don't mean you're an actual turtle. It's just a name you chose. So you were just choosing names. We chose black, and it's not because of a color, because it's, colors. Well, that's a little. I could really go in deeper on that. But black is wait. Last thing is this: black is just a word we chose for our name, not because of how we look. Just a name of our ethnic group.
Exactly. I just want to say this last thing though, but I find it very interesting, and I see this every day when I'm out when I'm working. The fact that people will have disdain or like some type of vitriol for somebody waving the American flag or waving the Black American heritage flag or just saying or just being proud of where they're from. When these people they have flags everywhere for where they're from. I never understood like what the problem
that's very
is.
disrespectful. It's
You know
very
what
disrespectful
I mean?
to
I
wave those
never
foreign flags.
understood that. But no, I like it. I embrace it. I'm just saying, like, what's the
Nah,
problem
it's
with us doing
disrespectful.
the same
Nah,
thing?
because that foreign flag is not the reason why they're in America. It's the American flag. So like that foreign flag came up. That foreign brother. Look, there's only two ways you get on this country. One, you're a humanitarian immigrant, and the other one, you're a highly selected immigrant. Only two ways you get over it, and the third way is
Right.
illegal.
But I don't. That's the thing about it.
But listen, sometimes facts can hurt, and that's why they say, hey, you fled your country. That's a truth. That's a truth. Like that's a reality. And like the same way, look, the same way we say that we know our ancestors got great. It's a hard truth, but it's a fact.
Right.
Right.
I,
So
you want to know something too though, and a lot of people listening, and a lot of us, we all came up the same way. Our parents did not raise us to uh, be mean to people or stay away from people. They gave us guidance when we were coming up. It was about the white tea people. You know what I mean? Like
right.
they always instilled that in us. It wasn't so much, that was never a conversation. Stay away from people from Africa. We didn't. We,
Right.
we were not
Right.
raised that way. You know what I mean? So what I'm saying is, it's okay for people to rep where they're from. Be proud of where you're from. We're saying we're proud of where we're from. What is the
No,
what
but
is the
that
issue?
that's not the same. That's not the same, brother. What I'm saying is that's not the same. They're in their homeland. A lot of them are being told, like you say, we're told, be careful around Mikey and little Johnny, Dylan.
Right,
They're
right,
being
right.
told, hold on. You got it. You talk. I was quiet, and it's my turn. Okay.
Okay.
So a lot of them being told, stay away from the niggas. The same way we're saying, get away from whitey man, they're saying, get away from us. They want to be inclusive with whitey man. So we have two different world perspectives on whitey man. They don't know what systemic racism is. They never experienced systemic racism, right? They have no idea what that is. They have no idea what it means to be hung or discriminated because of your skin color. In their homelands, that's not why they at each other. In their homeland, it's because of religion, right? This jihadist Muslim and this Nigerian Christian, or status, right? That this person is linked up with the government, this person is not. So like they're divided like that, or resources. Like they fight over opportunities for resources. But they have no idea. There's no concept of racism in Africa or the Caribbean. So when they come over here, they're encouraged to be around whitey man because he has the resources, he has the power. He could tell you who's American today and who's not American, birthright citizen tomorrow. So,
Right.
but
Which is
according to them,
this is why I'm all for delineation, because you're exactly right in terms of us getting representation as far as in the government and people coming over here, whether they're melanated or not. Like the family always says, like anybody can get it, and that's how I feel. Like it is what it is. Like,
yeah. So with that being said, now we're look. I said if you're gonna wave your flag, have the American flag with it. That's all. Like to give respect, because once again, if you wave your flag, you're pretending that Black Americans had no involvement in why you're over here.
right. Me personally, I go with the Black American Heritage flag. That's the flag that I like to.
Yeah.
That's
They can do
me.
that.
That's just me
But
personally.
good
But
luck
yeah.
with that one though.
Yeah, I
Because
mean, a lot of my friends, you know how it is. A lot of people don't know. You got to put people on all the time. But I mean, just me personally, that's just my choice. This is what I like to. That's what I like to rep.
okay. Yeah. No, I love it. Yeah, that flag to me is beautiful.
Yeah, I think me personally, I feel like that should be our flag. But I mean, whatever. That's just my personal opinion. I feel like if that were to like somehow get like more popularized, but and this is another thing too. I don't know if you experience this too, but it's a lot of people that are like put off by the fact that somebody's proud to be black, because a lot of people associate being proud to be black or being proud to be Black American as anti something else. So it's like I get that a lot too when I'm at the bar, and like people like it's just weird how people like, even black people
Wait.
sometimes,
So
people are so, I don't know how to explain it, or like not turned off by it, but like more so like I don't know, iffy about it. Like you would think that somebody would be like, "Oh, I'm Black American. You're Black American too. Like that's what's up." But sometimes people are just like, like what's that, or like what, or like
yeah.
I get confused at why people are confused sometimes. I guess is what I'm saying. It's just like, all right,
And
but
you know what? A lot of people are influenced by these different ideologies, because in Pan-Africanism, to be proud to, well, you know what? I don't know any Black Americans, to be honest. Now thinking about it, I don't believe there's a Black American in this country that be mad at another Black American for being proud to be Black.
no, not so much being mad, but so much being more so confusing. You got to go and explain. I'm like, oh, this is the black, because people see it on my phone, and like I have it, like you know
Like,
what I mean.
give me an
They're like,
example.
okay,
Give me an example.
for instance, My friend, he saw my background on my phone. He asked me about it. I
Now,
told him.
what is he? Black American?
Yeah, he's Black American, just like me. Yeah,
Okay.
Black American.
Okay.
He
I got
didn't know anything about it. I had to put him on. I had to explain to him about the flag, and he's like, oh, what's
okay.
The lineage. People don't know, so sometimes you got to put people on. And ever since I put him on,
Right.
he's
Now, yeah, the average Black American is not aware of delineation, right? Or the Black American heritage flag. You're right. So now,
but that's the also thing though. Even though they don't know about delineation, they know that we're different. Everybody, all of us, our parents, our grand,
right.
even they don't know. They know that there is a distinction. You know what I
Yes,
mean?
sir. All right,
Yeah.
so now
So
walk me through it. So he seen the flag. He asked, "Hey, what is this about?" Right?
yeah, he's like, "What is that?" Like I'm like, this is the Black American Heritage Flag. Blah, I'm explaining it to him, and he's just like, wow, like. I didn't know that was like a thing. I'm just like, yeah, man, this has been around forever. This isn't nothing new. We're just saying that we're just proud to be black. Like it's not like we discovered the wheel. We're just saying like that's
Right.
all it is. You know what I mean? So I don't know.
So then, yeah, but what was his? So did he have an issue or?
No, he didn't have an issue. He was just more so like, oh damn, like he's like, you on that? I'm like, on what? Like you see what I'm saying? It's like it's just pride. It's just like and I explained to him, I said, if you saw a Jamaican flag, you wouldn't second guess it. You would just be like, oh, this person's Jamaican. Yeah, it's the same thing.
And
You
then,
know what I mean?
and then what did he say to that?
Oh yeah, he said he
What?
pretty much agreed with me. He pretty much agreed with me. Like,
All
yeah,
right.
you're right.
All right. So
Yeah.
so he got over it. So once you
He
explained to
wasn't
him,
tripping about it or anything, but it's just the fact that he was stunned is what I'm saying. Like you don't I rarely get when people see it or if I explain to people, they be like, oh yeah, right on. You know what I mean? Like, yeah, fact. People just be like, eyebrow raised, like looking like, oh, okay. Like
yeah, because you got to understand, like they never seen it before, and they want to make sure you're not making some shit up yourself.
yeah,
Like some code.
right. Which is understandable, I guess.
Yeah. So yeah, because he like, okay, bro, what you up to? Here's your code. Here, take this. Yeah, because he like, bro, what you up to, man? You want some
Right.
bullshit? You like, nah. This is 1967. Melvin Charles designed this, and then you explain it like this is our version of a Jamaican flag.
Right, exactly. That's all it is. That's all it is.
Yeah. Yeah. So conversation is how we became aware of what we're accepting
And I
today,
think,
right? That we're
me personally,
different.
I think it's important. It's important to have conversation. It's important to get people aware of, where they're not even so much because everybody us as black people, we know that we know that we're black. We know that we're different, but it's okay to put a name to it. And if people don't want to put a name to it, you don't got to. But
Right.
it's okay to have pride. Was pretty much what I'm saying. It's okay to be proud. There's nothing wrong with that, and there shouldn't be nothing wrong with that. And nobody should be offended by that. Is pretty much what I'm saying. Nobody should be offended by somebody being proud. So
Yeah, but you're doing the right thing though. So whoever just hit the link back. And they hit the link and got off. Hit the link again. And but what you're doing is the right thing. Like you have it where people can see it to start a conversation, to ask about it. Now you're responsible for one guy being aware of that flag. So when he see it again,
right.
he's like, yo, he'd be like, what, yo, why that flag so familiar? And when that person explain it, he's like, okay, I got it. You dig? And who knows? Maybe 3 years from now, he'll be like all the way in. Like wearing a flag all over his damn body.
And the thing about it, it's not like I said before, it's not like we discovered the wheel. These people, black people, we know where we've been proud to be black forever. It's not a new concept. I've seen the flag before on people's cars. I've seen it on people's houses before. It's not like people don't know. It's just not everybody knows. So.
Right. The average Black American. Again, because even myself, like I was clueless to that flag. Never seen it before a day in my life until about a year or two.
I wasn't familiar with it up until like 2 years ago as myself.
Yeah. So like when we heard about it, we seen the reason for it, we're like, wow. Like
I was like, wow.
Something to be proud of. Like, all right, that's dope.
That's our flag. When I first saw it, I'm like, that's ours. I'm like, oh, it's a wrap. Like that's all I've been like. That's my shit. I love our flag. I'm proud to be black. I love being black. So that's what it is.
And then who was that woman? That sister? Was she Miss New Jersey, Miss Missouri? She had the flag.
New Jersey,
as her. Ah, yeah, baby. New Jersey in the building. Yeah. So that's all. It's just a conversation that you want to have amongst people. I know every chance I get, like first of all, I confirm they're Black American, and once they confirm that, then I'll like low key, introduce the conversation to them, and usually it goes smoothly. It's never any issue.
For me personally, it's never been any issue. It's just more so like people are more, like I said, eyebrow raised, just not taken aback, or just like more, just like, oh, okay, because people associate being proud to be Black anti something else, so they feel like I'm on some other shit. It's like it's not like
Right.
that. Why does
Well,
it have to be that? You know what I mean?
yeah, because of the like the rhetoric from like different organizations that were anti everything else. Starting with
Right, but I
Pan-Africanism,
mean,
like stuff like that, rubbed them the wrong
people,
way.
like I tell people all the time, hey, take that up with whoever you take it up with. Don't take it up with me. I'm one guy. Right? I'm one Black guy, proud to be Black. So I mean, take
Right.
that up with whoever you want to take it up with.
Right, but
It's
that's
what
the
do they
moment
say?
to
40 million of it.
yeah, but that's the moment. But the thing is, that's the moment to teach. Like not just hey, take it up. It's like okay, let me tell you about this. The moment to teach. Not get away from me, cause then you become the person they thought you were. Like okay, yep, I knew it. He's one of those people that's proud to be Black but hate everybody else. Still look. No, hold on,
No, it's
because
not
look
that,
what you
but
said. No, but look what you said though. You said a person look at it, raise an eyebrow, and then instead of saying, yeah, yo, hey, come over here, let me talk to you about this right here. Instead, he's like, hey, man, get out of here. Take it with your maker. Go on now. Get.
because
Yeah,
a lot of the time, and even I know you get. It's like, what is it to explain? You know what I mean? Like we explained it. It's nothing else to
hey, bro,
explain.
but that is okay. That's the whole point. The whole point. I don't know if y'all see. A lot of times people don't get it. The whole point is to spread awareness of what we're doing.
Right.
That's the whole point.
Right.
It's not to keep it a secret. It's like no. The fact is, most America don't know about it, and we want America to know about it. That helps our cause. That helps everything we're doing.
You're absolutely right.
Right, because we want it to be signal boost. We want that thing to be everywhere, like MAGA. Like how MAGA went everywhere in like 2 months.
And I feel like it is like with the whole what was it on ABC or NBC, like with the
Oh
whole
yeah, it's getting there.
this shit's everywhere. It's everywhere. People know.
And the thing is, what we got to do is, like Tarina, she said, we got to be more strategic. So now that we know Foundation Black American is flagged, right? You can't use that on like ABC News. So now start using the other acronyms. Salon or Friedman. The other ones. Go out there.
I like food, man. I like salon. I mean, and even it was so beautiful to me is when you talk to that like the older people in your family, like people that are from like the 60s or like 70s, like the old, like our uncles and our grandparents, like they know that we're different. They don't have a name for it, but like you know what I mean? Like, it's not like a So it amazes me that people act like I said, like we invented the wheel or like it's some type of new dude. We're just putting them. It's just a name for what you already were calling us. That's all it is. It's like
right. So all I'm saying is like instead of like being like dismissive, like and just get out of here, like that's defeating the purpose. It's like hey, because again, like how they viewed you and the way you react, that's how they're like it's confirmed to them. Like okay, he is one of those weirdo Kwanzaa, costume looking folks. But if you be more embracive, more receptive, like yeah, let me talk to you about this because I know every chance I get, I'm live a lot, and a lot when I'm live, my laptop is there, and I'm in public, in my city.
Right.
So my laptop is there, and it shows my background usually my thumbnail. Some people give me that, whatever. They sometimes look at my computer like, hey, like what's that about? If I'm playing a video, I explain to them real fast. Yes.
That makes sense. Yeah. Like I said, I be at the bar, so I don't be trying to explain to people, every single person that see my phone or you know what I mean. It's like it's what it is. I got you though, man. Definitely though.
Yeah,
Signal
and like,
boosting. I'm all
and
for it.
especially amongst the the Caribbean people. So you got the right flag. You got the Black American. No, here over here, you got the Black American Heritage flag. So amongst if you got some folks that's from the Caribbean, like that Jamaican guy, those are the people you really want to get to. You want to get to them. You want to get to them first before one of those toxic Caribbean folks gets to like a revenue and then misrepresent it. So that's the thing. You want to explain to them what it is and what it is. So when somebody misrepresented, you can say, "Nah, that's not what I got. I heard it was A, B, and C."
People in the chat saying I'm trolling. That's crazy.
No, because like they say you trolling
No, I
because it's
get it.
like
No, I understand.
the
I
point
understand.
the
This is
point
my
is
first
hold
time.
on, hold on. Wait.
This is my first time ever
Hold on,
calling up for me.
hey.
It's all
Look,
good.
you
It's
got
all
to share
good.
the mic. You got to share the mic. All right.
My bad.
Okay. Right. So they say you trolling, even though you're not. They think you are. Cause they say, hey, what's the point of like when we say we're delineating, we want the
Mm-hmm.
world to know that, not just the lineage.
Right.
So you're like trying to keep it to yourself, like you're gonna make it private.
It's not.
Just for me.
It's not so much keeping it private. My thing is, like I said, if I'm at the bar or I'm out or like, you know what I mean. I don't have time to be explaining to everybody, especially to Caribbeans or like people from
Yeah.
Africa
I
who
mean,
get what I'm saying.
but then don't.
They
I mean,
already
but
understand
don't
what
be
I'm
just.
saying. So you know
No,
what I
I'm
mean?
saying, but you don't
I'm not
have
gonna
to listen. What I'm saying is, you don't
yeah.
have to, but don't be dismissive though. Like, don't be like, nah,
Right,
don't mind your
right.
business. Just be like, oh, okay, what's this? We'll talk about it later. Right. That's all.
No, I get you.
We'll talk about it later. I'm over here, trying to enjoy my time at the bar, bro. Talk about it later. Like, if you want to know, call me later, or I'll see you at work lunchtime.
He said his spirit is battle.
Okay, Coco.
No,
Yeah.
dude,
So that's all.
I catch flag all the time, but I don't mind it though. You know what I mean? Because it's FBA. That's what we are. It's all good.
All right.
I'm with it.
So now,
I figure
here's
everything
the
out.
part. So that here's the part where we might not believe you. Now, if an
All right, let's
African
go.
told you they're not okay, if an African said they're not black, we might believe you. But I don't think a Jamaican or Caribbean person in 2026 is going to tell you they're not black.
No, what I mean is like I get it. I'm saying on YouTube, and I'm on the YouTube live. Like I said, with the Africans, like
Okay.
they differentiate themselves from it. They do not like that word. They don't. You know what I mean? When I say that
So
I'm
then,
Black
okay. So
American.
now, are they in? Okay. So this is the checkbox that we have. So first of all, are they in America saying they don't like it?
No. I follow people on the continent of Africa. I like seeing their day to day. I like seeing,
Okay.
when they
All
go
right.
live.
Yeah.
It's a few influencers over there I follow.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, that might be true. Continental Africans might say, "Hell no, we ain't that." But
Yeah,
then you want to know.
they're not right.
But
But
okay.
at the
But
same
then,
time,
but now hold on. God damn, man, got the gift of gab. All right, listen. When you're talking to them, if you want, and they're saying black is a color, then you ask. Wait, no, stop. Go right. You ask them. Okay, black is a color. And that's not a good name for myself. Then how do you identify me when you see me online in your space and you know I'm not you? I'm in America and my lineage is here. How do you identify me if I'm not a color? How do you identify me from the motherland?
they call
And
us
then
African.
you'll get
They say I'm African.
huh?
They say
Okay.
we're
Then
African.
you
They call me African.
okay. Got it. Okay, now stop. So the follow-up question is, okay, aren't Africans from a country in Africa? Okay. So you ask
I
them,
know.
look, they say, look, hold on, look, you gotta listen now. When they say you're African, you ask them back, are you African? If they say yes, ask them what country are they from in Africa? He's gonna tell you. Then you ask them what tribe are they from in Africa? They're gonna tell you. Then you say, okay, what country am I from in Africa and what tribe I'm from? And then
I've asked them that before.
and what country they say you was from?
They don't say it's country. They say we're from West Africa. They always say we're from West Africa.
Okay, right. Okay, but then you ask. See, look, I'm trying to get you to do. Whatever he said you are, you ask them, are they that? And then you ask them what country they're from, because you just can't be from where's West Africa? That's not a place. That's a direction, right? So I gotta be from a country because you got citizenship. They got citizenship, right? They got nationality. What is my African is a continental identifier. What is my nationality? Because you have one, and whatever it is, Nigerian, Zimbabwean. What is my nationality? If I'm African, what is my nationality? Okay, and then what is my tribe? So there's simple questions you can ask them to get them thinking, where it's not like it don't gotta be toxic. It just get them thinking. Okay, so you're calling me something, but you're not really saying much. This don't, to be African don't mean nothing. It's a continent. And it's a continental identifier. And in America, we don't even acknowledge people by their continent. Nobody's North American. You know, we don't do that over here. You're just American and black or white or from your country. So, but just play around with it. Like have those easy, calm conversations to get them thinking where you ain't overdoing it. And then the next time you go in there and you talk a little more, drop some more seeds on top of them. You know, it don't always gotta be toxic or overbearing.
Every time I join the live, I always
also invite them over here.
Every time I join the live, I always, not spam it, but I put, we don't have an emoji for our flag, so I put the heart and the trident and then the black heart. So every time I join, that's always my my little
wait what is
my
it?
greeting every time I join. It's the red heart, then the trident, and then the black heart.
Okay.
That's what I use.
Yeah. Well, we do have a flag though. Our flag is the American flag.
Oh yeah, we could use the American flag. We could do that. I just choose to use that. That's just my, like I said, that's the shit I like to use.
No, you could do what you want to do, but you said we ain't have a flag, an emoji. I'm like, yes, we do. We got the American flag. If you choose it.
Okay, yeah.
You don't have to.
Yeah. Okay, yeah, correct. Well, you're right. Absolutely right. You're right. With facts.
So now, would you consider yourself a Pan-African?
No, I don't consider myself Pan-African. No.
Because that comment you just said, that's a Pan-African comment. That we don't have an emoji flag.
When I said we don't have a flag, I misspoke. You're absolutely right. The American flag is our flag, and we can definitely rep that. I just choose to use the Black American Heritage flag, but you're right.
Okay.
The United States
okay, so here's the,
is more than okay.
I got
more
you.
Than okay.
But here's the issue where you don't rep your flag. Then listen what happens. When you don't rep your flag and they already said you're not American, you're African, you're kind of conceding to that. Because you're not using your flag. Yes. I can't, because don't go by them. The stranger danger. You get what I'm saying? So they already saying you're not American, you're African, and then nothing about you is repping America. So they like, yeah, we got him. Like he thinks he's one of us. He's a cosplaying African.
Yeah, I see what you're saying. But the lives that I've been doing, they know me. They know Shane. They know I'm from America. They know, you know what I mean. I'm
but
FBA.
They right, they know. Right. But
and I've explained it to them. It's like 3 or 4 of them that I've explained it to, so they all know.
All right. I'm just telling you how it can look on their side. They look at you as you don't rep America at all. They're calling you African, and you dig, and they kind of seem like it's one of ours.
Right. I gotta start throwing that American flag up. I'm not mad at it. I might have to start doing it. I might have to.
Yeah. Well, you want to. Well, and then there's another way to look at it.
I can throw both of them up there.
Yeah. Well, yeah. You do the American flag and that, because what happens is when you don't rep your American flag, also it can imply that America is equivalent to the white man. Like that's their country, is their flag. Therefore, you're lost, because that's where they're going to next. Like you're a lost African in America. In America, you don't know who you are. You don't have a culture. That's where all that's going next. Once they call you African, they're saying you're lost in America. You don't know who you are. You don't have a culture. So they're low key like disrespecting.
I got you.
not even low key. They're disrespecting. They calling you African. Now, if you say, "Hey, I'm American," and they be like, "All right, well, we just see you as African," all right, then like that's their right. But they need to know that, hey, I'm American. I'm not African. I don't identify as African. Like you might acknowledge some African ancestry and things like that, but hey, I'm not African. Not the way they are at all.
All fucking day.
Yeah, but invite them over here, man. I could tell them about how, like, why they think I'm African, and we could get rid of that real fast. And I would love to talk to them about.
Do you follow any of the people on the continent? Do you look at any of their lives? I think it's interesting seeing how they live.
Nah.
It's funny.
Nah. Well, wait, like we're all no. Listen, bro. Sometimes I might watch something that you'll never watch. So just because you watch, I don't watch it, don't mean you're right. I'm wrong. I'm right. You're wrong. Nah, you watch what you want to watch.
I was just wondering if you ever. Yeah,
I hear you. I'm answering your question. I'm answering your question in this, but I'm trying to be honest. I'm like, hey, you might watch stuff I don't watch, but that don't mean it's wrong. I watch stuff you don't watch. That don't mean it's right. No, I don't watch nothing they do. I'm unconcerned 100%.
Oh, I got you.
Yeah, I got zero interest in nothing they doing over there.
I know, I got you. I feel it.
But that's just me. But there's other folks who, vibe, in their spaces, they build relationships. There's nothing wrong with that.
Right.
But I'm not in white tea stuff either. Like I'm really just into myself right now, in my lineage, right now. Maybe sometime later I might spread my wings.
I seen the dude in the chat first Enoch. Yo, I'd be mad scared. Not scared, but like I'm nervous to go to Africa. Like I'm not even gonna lie. I want to go, but it's like I already know. I don't know. I don't know what country to go to. I don't know.
But people. Well, then you ask people. Like all you got to do is like just talk to Black Americans, because a lot of them go to Africa all the time, and just ask them, like find out, because you'll see some people go to Nigeria, some go to Ghana, some go over here, and just ask them their experiences, and it'd be that much easier to pick a place that you're comfortable with. Yeah, but there's hella videos online of people visiting Africa, and some folks go to South Africa.
It's wild over there, man. It's like a whole different vibe. It's like it's crazy when you look over there compared to us. It's just weird that people have like this vitriol to us, and it's just like, dude, we see where you go, bro. It's like it's no way y'all can talk down at all. It's just crazy to me. I don't know.
Then you got mixed feelings when people go to Africa. Like some Black Americans say they loved it. Nothing but respect out there. Some people say, it wasn't what it cracked up to be. So you got to go experience for yourself, and then you can tell us, hey, because I'm never going. So you could tell us, like, hey, man, look, it's like this over there, or it's not like that. Like, But that's for you to do. And you could rep us to the fullest. You go over there and let them know I'm not African. I'm not from these countries. As a matter of fact, they ain't gonna tell you. Look, online they'll say you're African, but what I heard is you take your butt over there, they're gonna tell you right now you're a foreigner. That's a foreign guy. Yeah, he ain't from none of these countries out here. We were capping. We lied. Okay, you one of them. As a matter of fact, give you some money.
The whole fact.
Yeah, so that was it. Yeah, so I wasn't saying we're not Black. I'm saying we're the only ones Black. They're not Black, but that's good though, because you said they're saying they're not Black, so we all in agreement.
Yeah, we all in agreement. Yeah, that's what I, and I just, it should just be peace all over. Like, dude, it is what it is. FBA.
What
Jamaican.
What
Trinidad.
What country were they from? Mostly the people you speak to.
I watch a lot of South Africans and a lot of Nigerians.
What tribe in South Africa?
I'm not sure what tribe the sister's from. I don't know, but she I gotta, let me see if I can find her channel real quick. But she does like videos on like their like politics and shit. Like she be keeping it real. Like the shit they doing down there with like the foreigners and stuff. It's crazy. It's like, dude, we're not even doing any of that. We're not
Wait,
harming anybody. We're just saying that we're black. You know what I mean? Like they're on there
wait.
hurting people.
Wait.
Like it's
You said in Africa
crazy.
they're doing what? In Africa they're attacking the foreigners.
They're hurting people. They're putting in South Africa. They're putting in. Yeah, they're attacking Nigerians in South Africa.
Okay,
They're
yeah.
mad that Nigerians are like coming in, taking jobs, and like getting medical
Yeah.
attention. They're at hospitals, blocking people from going in the
Yeah.
hospital. Like, dude,
Okay. Okay.
we don't do that here.
All right. Now look. What I don't do is get into. Now this is me. I don't get into their business because it's no way of knowing the truth, right? So when you hear
Right.
her talk or whoever talk, that's like hearing one of us. That's like an African hearing one of us talk. Like they'll never know it. Like it's a lived experience. Like they'll never know nothing. Like you got to be part of that culture, part of the ethnic group to actually understand the politics. Like just like Jamaica and Jamaica politics, with their two political parties. Like you could hear somebody's position, but you'll never know yourself. Because you're outside of listening to people. So she'll tell you about the politics and wherever she's at, and then the person from the opposing side may disagree with her 100% and say
Right.
no, she's lying. It's this way. So it's no way to like determine who's right, who's wrong. Like just like the jihadists and the Burkina Babes or jihadists and the Nigerians. The jihadists going to say the Christians they sell out coons, whatever. And then the Christians, Nigerians going to say, no, the jihadists are crazy. They're demonic, whatever. But there's no way for you to ever know for sure who's right, who's wrong, and that.
Right. Yeah. No, you're right, brother.
Yeah, he's William. Yeah, but it's good to learn as much you can. So whatever she can share with you, that is a side of a story. Learn it, and and now you know a piece of that political system. So when that topic arises, and when people be talking to you like you don't know what's going on, you can like, hey, hold on, I know more than you think, and you can like
It's so
share
funny
what you know.
because when you join live and they'll be from Cameroon or they'll be from Nigeria or something. So I'll go to Google and I'll just I'll look up something in Nigeria and I'll just ask them about it, like their policy. They'll be like, what, Shane? Like, how do you know that? Like, I'm just like, dude, I just looked it up.
Right, Google. I googled it.
It's called Google. I'm just asking you a question.
Yeah.
I just asking you what on. They just be so amazed that like, you know what I mean?
Yeah. I mean, but that's cool. Like same thing. Like if they told you something, like if they mentioned salt and pepper, you'd be like, how you know them? Like at all people, how you know them? Or James Earl Jr. Like yeah, how you know him?
Yo,
All people.
they know all. I can tell you they know all our shit. That's for a fact. I know that they know all
Damn.
our shit. Dude, I always ask them. I say, yo, who's the Cameroon? Or I ask them like, who's an artist that you like? And sometimes, I'll get in it. Depending on who. Or in South Africa, I'll be like, yo, who's the South African artist that you like, or such and such. So I'll get like two names. They'll name like two people, and I'm just like, well, who do you listen to? They'll just name everybody from America, like Little Baby or
Okay, so
whoever the fuck.
now, all right, so now something's not adding up now. All right, so the math ain't mathing. Okay, so they say they're not black, they're African, and they'll tell you you're not black, you're African, but
And I
all
say
of their
that too.
education,
Yeah.
okay, the math's not
Yeah,
mathing.
I say
All of
that
their
too. And they
education,
start
yeah,
laughing, and they just laugh it off. They just laugh it off. That's what I'm saying. Like
yeah,
a couple of the people I follow, they know me when I get in the chat.
yeah.
They start
I got a
laughing because they
feeling,
already know.
hey, bro, I got a
Yeah, they
feeling
know.
they got a long. Look, I got a feeling that they got a Tatum jersey with 3 zeros on it. They got a wave cap covering their eyebrows. It's like purple or some ridiculous color green. And they got some fake long gold chains on. And they're crit walking out there talking about they ain't black, they African. Like, yeah, all right. You know,
Like
they
the
are
one,
cosplaying
like
like a mother.
this is one chick I follow from Nigeria. She works at an amusement park in Nigeria. She works at like the ticket desk, I guess, or whatever. But she when I explained to her like the FBA thing or whatever, you know, she was like going back and forth with me, and I was explaining to her while I'm explaining to her, what are they playing in the background? Fucking Mary J. Blige and like I was like, dude, that's our culture you're listening to in the back. I was like, that's us, like in the background right now. And she just started laughing, like smiling, like no, no, like not no, 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 yes, like you know what I mean?
Yeah,
Like
yeah, yeah. Like it's just like y'all destiny swapping. Like you want to live there, they want to live here. Like, hey, let's make it happen. Let's trade.
it's just, it's just funny. It's just funny when you like challenge. It's just funny when you challenge them and just that's what I like. That's why I like talking to them because you know, not even like I'm not disrespectful to them, you know, anything, but I like you know it's interesting seeing people different perspectives. You know,
Wait, so then why you have that attitude when they ask about the flag then? Mind your goddamn business. Go away from me. So like
no,
you're interested in
I've
their
never
stuff.
been like that. Devon. I've never been like that. Devon. What I'm saying is like if you're at the bar and I'm like, you know, if I'm drinking and shit, I'm at the bar and like somebody's trying to like ask me about like, especially what I'm saying is especially somebody that's like melanated and I can already see that they're like low key not trolling, but like they already know. Like I'm not about to be like engaging. You know what
Yeah,
I mean?
yeah, I get it. Like yeah,
At
just
the,
play it
you know what I
down.
mean? I'm on. Yeah,
Like you can say nah. You could. There's some background created on
it's
YouTube
like,
on
dude,
the Chat
you
GPT.
know what's up?
And I just
Right, right,
like
right.
just play it down. Hey, nah, it ain't nothing. It's something I liked it on the internet. I just saved it, man. No story behind this. That's all. And you just keep drinking.
No, I'm not saying playing it down. I'm saying, no, I'm saying, I'm saying it. You can tell when
Yes.
people already know what it is. What I'm saying, like you can already. It's like, dude,
Okay. I mean, hey, it's you at the bar, ain't me. All right. Let me see what the chat talking about. Let me see what the chat is talking about. I'm starving. I ain't nothing. I know I'm starving. Yeah, chat. So it's looking like I'm gonna go TikTok live tomorrow because during the evening I tried it before. It's always weak. The last time I was TikTok in the morning, first time I tried it, I had like literally 7 times the amount of people I would have during the evening. The evening I have like 6 to 10 people watching. I went live in the morning one time. I had like 42, 45 people at one time. So it's clear that TikTok in the morning is more lit for me than TikTok in evening night. And I'm sure like what I want to do, this is what I want to do. I want to find some time to maybe go live, YouTube live for about like early mornings because you have people that's up. I did before 3, 4 a.m. People be up watching. I remember one time, man, I went live because I just couldn't go to sleep. Went live. I thought I had like 10, 15 people. Man, it's like 240 people watching me at 3, 4 a.m. I was like, oh, all right, people be up. So that's what I'm trying to do. I'm trying to set my time a certain way. So around the summertime, around like August, I'm gonna get back into chess. So I'll be able to make that happen because that is a late afternoon, evening thing I do. You dig? So I have all of the morning, everything but those times. So I'm working on my game now to get back good so I can be qualified to share my knowledge with the youngsters. You dig? Yeah, so brother was all over the place, but he seemed like he good peoples, I guess. Yeah, exactly, man. Yo, hey, look, it's a lot. Look, I know people. My sister's one of them. One of my sisters, insomniac. I know when I was in Georgia, a relative of mine that I used to visit a lot. Insomniac, can't sleep, gotta take medicine. So yeah, man, insomnia is real. So that's two people right from the door, and then I got my cousin. I got a cousin in Jersey, can't sleep. You know, I have a hard time. So now insomnia is real. People really can't sleep. A lot of them, some of them take medication, some don't. Some just work off no hours. And yes, all three of them is batshit crazy. You dig? In a fun way, not in an evil, demonic way. In a fun way, in an entertaining way, I should say. The madman said he's one. Yeah, same guy. You was all over the place, but it's okay because you first of all you wouldn't allow a dialogue like you was doing a monologue thing. You were going. I listened to you. I'm like, all right, well, let me go. And you hear one thing. I get it. It's your personality. Um, I wasn't like offended, nothing like that. That's your personality. He called, said, "Glad you're black." Yeah, now I definitely. So I always like I would say my younger adult life, right, right. I always needed TV to go to sleep. So any date I had, any girlfriend I had, it ain't gonna work. If she was the type that can't sleep with TV, like she needed it all, that just cannot work. But I'm at the point now where, well, we all got internet and we all got phones, so nobody needs TV. Who watches TV like that anyway? So that's not even a problem. But I'm one of those who definitely can sleep as long as I got the internet. All I gotta do is play somebody talking about something interesting that I wanted to hear, like a vlog talk or somebody breaking down something, you know, and I will go straight to bed. As long as they're like explaining something, I'm out. I'm going straight to bed. But it cannot be like a TV, like action, because then I won't sleep. I'll stay up watching it. But if it's like some blog talk radio, man, gone. And the only problem is I need the TV to cut off. So I gotta like put the sleep thing on. Back when I had TV, now just a phone. So I'll make sure that it don't go to the next. You know how you gotta click that thing off? We don't go to the next. And yeah, I will sleep all the time, every time I want. Close my eyes, play that thing, I'm gone. Oh, be knocked out. Thank you, Lisa. You saying you had that good, Ron? I can't sleep with anything or you aren't disrespectful, just hazardous. Uh, nah. So what I was trying to convey to you, shame God, is that you asked me did I listen to or follow anything in Africa, and I was pretty much saying no in a nice way, but not trying to condemn you for doing it. Is what I was trying to like be delicate. Like, hey, I don't do that. I don't find Africa interesting at all. Okay, but I don't want to, discourage you or imply that like wink wink you shouldn't either. Like, nah, do what you want to do. Whatever entertains you, go do it. Because I'm a person that's like well rounded. Normally, I like to watch different things, but I don't got to watch everything you guys watch, and you don't got to watch everything I watch. Because I love. Yeah, you know what? I might do my cross examination show tonight on the Lineage TV. Yeah, so once I end this live, I think I'm gonna do that. I'm gonna do one because I'll probably do it kind of late. or no, because the playoffs going to be on. I'm going to watch the Laker game. Yeah, so nah. Morning's better. Morning. Yeah, so I might. I think because my son got a trip, and I don't think I'm gonna take him. So I might drop him off at mom's, and I might go live super early. I think she could watch him till about 11, 12. I gotta come get him. So I might go live tomorrow on some early stuff, and that'll be TikTok. So I'll work it out. So maybe I go live and do like an hour cross examination, and I don't know. I'll work it out. But all I know is I plan on going live super early. Okay. Yeah, that's all I know. All I know is I plan on going live pretty early. And I promise you, I will not eat eggs and coffee ever again. Oh my God, I was done that night. And as soon as I pressed that live button, as soon as I pressed it, my stomach started rumbling. As soon as I went live, my stomach was rumbling, and the coffee was garbage on top of that. Makoko, he said he want to experience that floating slum. He said, I don't mind going to Makoko myself. That floating, yeah, they got a floating slum in India. Yeah, I gotta show y'all the floating slum in India. Oh my God, yo, but I be getting flagged. That's why I don't show it no more. Yeah, I got flagged for showing Makoko. By the way, like I got flagged. Like real talk. So that's why I just show pictures of it. So I'm gonna screenshot the Indian version of Makoko. Black water, no life in it. Crazy. Okay. Okay, let's go. Tiger's getting dark and I'm freezing out here. Let's go. No, we're leaving. Go to the gate. Go to the car. Go. Ride to the gate and go to the car. I'm coming. Go. Yes, I feel bad because I was supposed to bend back to bring him to the park, but I'm freezing. I am freezing, man. I gotta get out of here. I got shorts on, by the way. I misjudged his weather. Flat out misjudged his weather. Yeah, the one in India, I don't remember, man. I don't remember. But it looks disgusting, man. It looks like that was a lot longer than Makoko. All you gotta do is type in India's like floating slum or something like that. India's dead water people live in. It's disgusting, man. It's disgusting. It's like unthinkable, unfathomable. And these guys got nerve to look at us like we only knew A1 water. Like Black Americans only knew A1 water and sanitary system. That's all we ever known. Like they got all these weird experiences. They got nerve to like, which is fake. Like when they look at it a certain way, it's fake. They don't really believe their own hype about us. Like they know. It's not hard to tell. Like Nas said. It is really cold out here. Dang, it's cold. All right, family. So I'm gonna let y'all go. Today I'm gonna catch up on some stuff because I didn't watch anything. I think I watched one premiere. So get back in there. I watched one premiere thing, Tariq Nasheed, and I really ain't watching nothing else. Yeah, he's going home now. All right. So family, let me let y'all go. Like the video. You already know the drilly. And we're gonna go fishing on TikTok tomorrow. Yamuna River. All right. I'm gonna look that up. Thank you. Family, Be easy.